Okay, now we'll start the official portion of the meeting. Welcome. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now start the meeting. Morning for 2012 Town of Townshend Annual Town Meeting. The legal voters of the Town of Townshend are hereby notified and warned to meet at the Town Hall in Townshend, Vermont on Tuesday, March 6, 2012 at 9 a.m. to act on the following articles. If there's no objections, I will refrain from reading the entire warning, which is what I'm supposed to do. Any objections? Thank you. Okay, now I have a lot of information for you. Welcome to town meeting. Hopefully last year was good to you. If there are any new residents to Townshend or the first time people to town meeting, welcome. It'll be quite a ride. My name is David Lebo. It's my pleasure to serve you as town and school district moderator. I'll continue to serve unless my successor is chosen on Article 1. The role of the moderator is to explain any procedural questions and please ask any clarifying questions before we vote. You must understand what we're voting on. You have the right to challenge any decision I make if you feel my ruling is improper. Voters should check in at the entrance and receive a ribbon. The ribbon allows you to vote, both on the ballot and from the floor. If you don't have a ribbon, you may not vote. You are not a town resident. Non-town residents are also not allowed to participate in the discussion unless we suspend the rules with a 2/3 vote. Before you speak, please stand and state your name. Also, when you make a motion or second a motion, if you would also state your name for the minutes, it would be appreciated. We have microphones that will be passed around. Please try to refrain from speaking unless you yell until you get a microphone so we can hear you. The meeting will be taped for reference. It's being taped by us and filmed by multiples. Robert's Rules is the basic rules of order for this meeting, so if you have a question, I have a copy. All motions and remarks should be directed to me. Okay, you ask a question to me, I'll then put it to the right person. There will be no discussion between members, between town residents. Articles must be moved and seconded and then restated by me before discussion begins. Articles may be amended and amendments amended once, with voting to proceed from the last proposal of the amendment in reverse order. I know you guys don't like this, but those are the rules, because sometimes you're voting on the same thing 2 times. Debate may be cut off with a 2/3 majority by calling the question. However, you cannot call the question from the floor. You must be waiting until you're called on, and if there are other hands up before you, they get to speak before you're allowed to call the question. Debate may be cut off with a 2/3 majority. You can speak once per motion until all other people have spoken, and then you may speak for a second time. You may only speak twice per article. I'm going to hold you to that this year. Okay, so organize your thoughts. You may try to speak again if you suspend the rules with a 2/3 vote. But if 2/3 don't go for it, you're not speaking again. You can only speak twice per article. Those are the rules. There will be no personal attacks. I'll rule you out of order, and if you continue to attack, I'll ask the constable to remove you, and then there's a $200 fine that can be imposed by the district court, so please stay in order. During elections, I will only allow the person nominated to give a brief speech. No non-nominee can speak to the nominee or of the nominee. When voting by paper ballot, please come up through the middle and then exit through the sides. If you cannot get to the ballot box, it will be brought to you. Just ask. And then please leave your ribbons on your way out. The Hagees graciously donate the ribbons, and Anita Clark graciously puts them in their nice form. It would be nice not to have to do many of them every year. Okay, introductions. Up front, we have the Select Board. Penny Harris is the chair. That's okay. Hetty Harris is the chair. We have Jeff Russ, Bruce Bills, Steve Ovenden, and David Diesendorf. Okay, in the back here we have Justice of the Pieces. Okay. Papers up front. I'm going to just describe what's up front, because some of the stuff you may need during the meeting, and it really doesn't relate until we start voting. So you'll be coming up through to pick up some stuff, but let me just tell you what's up here. First of all, there's a sheet about, I'm going to try to do it in order. There's information about a lister's issue that was placed up front if you're interested in that. Then there's something called the Laughter Learning. It's an after-school program in Townshend and about the district that provides after-school programs. The money is given, was dispensed by a grant, and if you're interested in participating, please see Heidi Russ with any questions. There's a local emergency planning committee sign-up sheet, so if you're interested in joining the local emergency planning committee, please sign up. The next two pages are funding for public safety and the fire department. That is a couple of the line items in the town budget, so it breaks that out for you if you need those. Those are up here. Those could be interest to you. Then after that, there's the Vermont Spay and Neuter program, incentive program. Please get your pets spayed and neutered. Then there's Vermont recreational information, recreational area information. Town meeting legislative update from Richard Merrick. I guess that's what's happening. I'll talk about him in a second. That's what's happening up in Montpelier. Then Senator Bill Doyle's town meeting day survey. That's been going on for over 40 years. Please take one of those, fill it out, and return it up here somewhere. Update from the state on Vermont's recovery from Tropical Storm Irene. There's information on that. Then there's another piece of paper that's important for the town report. The corrections, there are corrections for pages 15 and 21. That's on that side. After that are captions for the pictures that are in town report. If you don't know where those pictures are taken, there's actually tells you what page and where those pictures are taken, which is very interesting. And then in the back, there's information on the Solid Waste Management District and emergency preparedness. Is there a clipboard to put email information on? Do we have that?
It's on the check.
They are. Okay. So, other things, there's a clipboard that you can put your email for the Townshend listserv, which will get you general information about the town, storm information, and meeting information. Your email is not sold. It's just so that any emails that go out about meetings and things, you'll get those so you're kept informed. Is there a sign-up sheet for the town report? Huh? There is. There's also a sign-up sheet for those of you that have gripes and complaints. There's a sign-up sheet for anybody that wants to help put together the town report. That is one of the most onerous things that they do, and if you're interested in helping, please sign up on the sheet. Some people have fun doing it, okay? See? It can be fun. The town report is now online at on the town website, so if you wanted to see the town report, you can see that on the website. An announcement that the primary election, the presidential primary election, is taking place downstairs in the lister's office. When you're coming down the hallway in, it's on the right-hand side. Please vote. Lunch will be provided by Grace College Hospital. Thank you very much to Grace College Hospital for their lovely lunch every year. Okay. If there are no other announcements or objections, we'll move on to Article 1. Article 1. To choose a moderator for the ensuing year. Do I have any nominations? Yes, sir.
I'd like to nominate David Lebo.
Nomination for David Lebo. Nomination for David Lebo. Are there any other nominations? By a 1914 Vermont Supreme Court, I'm allowed to preside over my own election as long as there's no other nominees. But are there any other nominees? No? Okay. Seeing no other nominees, I declare the nomination closed and request the clerk to cast one ballot for David Lebo for moderator. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you. I'll see you next year. Article 2. to act upon the July 1st, 2010 to July 30th, 2011 Auditor's Report. Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve the auditor's report.
A motion has been moved to approve the Auditor's Report.
Second.
Second by Craig Hunt. Discussion. Okay, so the Auditor's Report has been moved and seconded to be approved. Is there any discussion? Mr. Tocco.
According to the Vermont statute, the auditor's report is supposed to be done by the auditors, not the select board. Unless, the only way that the select board do the town report and stuff is if the town is voted to not have auditors.
The auditors did do the auditor's report.
The town, it says right here, the statute. That the town report is responsibility of the auditors, 17 DSA 2651 B.
Or the auditors did do the auditor's report. They, all three of them signed it. You may remember that last year no auditors were elected. We had to appoint them. And the only way we could get people to be auditors was if we promised them that they would not have to do the town report. There was nobody willing to do it. So we formed a committee to do it, and certainly any of them who had been willing was welcome on that committee.
Further discussion?
I thought it was understood at the informational meeting that the figures were in there wrong. Somebody didn't proofread something.
There are some figures that Kim will address when we get to the budget part, yes.
But you can't do it on the audit. You're wrong. The book is wrong. I thought we had this all cleared up at the informational meeting.
Well, I think we cleared it up to the extent that we identified some mistakes that Kim will address when we get into the budget.
Yeah, but how can you accept it when you know yourself, you put it together, you were one of the selectmen, and you put the figures in wrong. Somebody has to proofread this stuff. You used the excuse that you didn't have time. That's no excuse. I know, I've been an auditor for a good many years right here. And the auditors are supposed to put the book out. That way they'll know that their figures are right. But the way you printed them, or had them printed, they're not right. They don't even add up right.
I've been going to town meetings in 2 different towns for 41 years. I've yet to see a single town report that didn't have some errors that were made on a motion from the floor to adopt the corrected figures. I can't remember a single year that there weren't mistakes.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion to approve the July 1st, 2010 to June 30th, 2011 Auditor's Report. All those in favor of approving the Auditor's Report, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The Auditor's Report is approved. Article 3. To see what salaries the town will vote to pay its various officials for the ensuing year. Town clerk, $32,875 per year. Town treasurer, $2,170 per year. Select board, 1 chair at $1,500 per year. 4 members at $1,000 a year each. Listers, auditors, assistants, and casual labor, $12.99 an hour. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Who was that? Charlie? Charlie Marchant moves it. Second? Vernon. Okay. Just page numbers. The 2011 voted numbers are on page 72. Salaries and wages are on page 25. 72 for what we voted last year, and then general salaries and wages are on page 25. Discussion.
I believe I asked for the information why the select board felt they needed a raise. You have got a lot of people in this town that do things for nothing. And you need a raise. Why?
Are you serious, Dan?
Yes, I am serious.
Excuse me, you're out of order. I didn't have my gavel, I had my coffee. Can you report?
I do. I think that I have been back to 500 that you got last year.
Is that, are you making an amendment? Excuse me?
500 on the select board.
So you're making an amendment, there's an amendment on the floor to change the select board, all members to $500?
Right. Oh, well, your chairman should give it.
Excuse me?
The chairman should probably give it.
What,
Whatever you had last year.
last year? Last year was what, 650 and 600? So we're looking at page 72? 600 for the members and $675 for the chair. There is now, is there a second to that motion? Okay, moved and seconded, or second. It's been moved and seconded that we reduce the chair's salary to $675 and the member's salary to $600. We will now discuss the amendment, and the amendment only. Is there discussion on the amendment? Sir?
Clarification, was the amendment for all of the numbers to go back, all of those positions we voted on last year?
No, just a select board number.
Select board. Would you be willing to amend for all the positions to go back to what they got paid last year?
No.
She just made an amendment to move the select board's numbers back to last year's.
There are a lot of volunteers in this town, in everything we do here. Fire departments, they don't get paid. They can go out all hours of the night. The library trustees don't get paid. The cemetery commissioners don't get paid. Look how many meetings they have. Look how much they travel. That's what your excuse was, for travel.
Any further discussion? You've heard spoken. Hang on.
I'd just like to say, remind people that the select board positions and most of the other positions in town, with the exception of town clerk and a few others, that these are really volunteer jobs. I think people sometimes forget that they are volunteer jobs. If you're a select board member and you got $500 a year, it's a volunteer job. I mean, that's pretty simple and clear. And as Jan said, there are a lot of unpaid positions. What we were discussing is at the pre-com meeting, and everyone was talking about this, these people need more money, these people need more money, these people need more money. I'm not bragging, I'm not complaining. I've been on the planning commission for about 10 years. We've never gotten a penny, and I think I speak for the whole commission. We do it as volunteer jobs for our community because we like it in our community. Thank you.
Yeah, do people here?
No.
No, I didn't think so. Do we have microphones? We do. We have two microphones up front. I don't know how we're going to get them around. Did you want to say something?
I just want to say that unless you...
Wait. Microphone. You're up front. We give you a microphone.
I just want to say that unless you've been on the select board, you have no idea what kind of abuse that the select board members take. And to do that as a volunteer, that's just absurd.
We still have other people before you speak again, Ryan. Sorry. In the back? In the back. Yeah, right.
also volunteers for free, by definition, I suppose. But I gotta tell you, the select board puts in a huge amount of hours. They meet more than probably as many or more than most volunteers. They put in a lot of extra time. It is in effect a part-time job, and I think it's fair to have some recompense for that, because that takes hours away from things they can do otherwise.
Very good.
Kit Martin, I was on the select board for a number of years, chair of the select board for a number of years. And I think that the compensation at 600 and 670, excuse me, 600 and 675 was sufficient, at least at that time. Part of the reason for having money paid to the select board was so that it opened it up to anybody who could sit on the board. There are a number of people that are really in dire straits for money and would be good select board members, however they couldn't afford to either, at that time was the phone bill. I mean, my phone bill used to be astronomical. However, I don't think that select board should be a paid position. I think that when someone stands for the select board, it is as a duty to the town and the town that they love and support. And I don't think that it should revolve around how much money you get paid. If you can't sit on the board for $600, then if you're going to do it for the $1,500, it ain't going to make any difference whether you get $600, $1,500, or $2,000 if you're doing it for the money.
Further discussion? All right.
I have sat on the select board, however, briefly. And I really don't think that any of these positions need a raise this year. In this economic climate, we need to have a little bit of fiscal discipline, a little bit of fiscal responsibility, and it shouldn't just be the taxpayers that need to tighten their belts. All of these positions should be level funded from last year. Plenty of us did not get raises this year, and with a lot of the positions, we're putting raise over raise over raise, and we see it, and we've seen what that does to our towns. So I would urge the voters here to vote no on this amendment and have a second amendment to have level funding for all the positions. Thank you.
Okay. If that was a motion, I don't think it'd be germane right now. If you want to make that later, that's okay. We're still talking about the amendment to reduce the select board chair and members. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, what we're voting on right now,
And call for paper ballot.
Yes, paper ballot. Are there 7 hands that want a paper ballot?
Can I make a motion to suspend the rules and require a higher number than 7 to require paper ballot? Perhaps 20, 25?
Pick it up, 15, 20?
25.
25. Now what?
You cannot do that.
Yes, you can.
According to the law,
Yes, you can. No, it is not. Robert's Rules of Order is the rules, and you can suspend the rules and change the rules of the meeting at any time. It needs a 2/3 majority. Okay? And suspending the rules takes precedent on the motion that's on the floor.
Does that need a second?
Suspend the rules needs a second.
I second.
Second to what? 25? Is that what it was?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, let me explain what's happening. Suspend rules to 25 for paper ballot. Okay, what's happening right now is somebody suspend the rules, and when there's a motion on the floor, you're allowed to suspend the rules for the purpose of having a resident speak that's not there, or for this example, changing the rules. What would like to be done is normally you need somebody to ask for a paper ballot and then 6 other people. However, Vermont allows for changing that, but that holds then for the rest of the meeting. Okay? So from now on, it will be 25 people, the person that makes it, and then 24 people for the paper ballot. Okay, does everybody understand? If you don't, ask me a question. No, that was a vote. Yes? Discussion, I do not believe is allowed. It is not debatable. It is not debatable. Okay, we understand? Okay, we need 2/3 majority. A yes vote changes it to 25. A no vote keeps it at 7. Okay? A yes vote to 25, a no vote to 7. All those in favor of changing it to 25, please raise your hand. Okay, I gotta do this real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29,
You got it.
30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47. So I got 47. It has to be a 2/3 vote. Okay, all those in favor? No. All those that are going to vote no, which means keep it at 7, please raise your hand. I do not believe that's going to be 2/3. Counting. 1. Get your hands up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's it. Okay. So that fails. That suspended rules fails, and it goes back to 7 votes. Okay. So we had to ask for a paper ballot, and there's 6 other people that want a paper ballot for this. I only see 1 hand, 2 hands, 3 hands. Restate it. Well, we're voting on the amendment to change the auditor, to change the select board's salaries from $1,500 for the chair and $1,000 for the members to $675 for the chair and $600 for the members. And right now we're looking for 7 hands for a paper ballot. Otherwise, it goes to a voice vote. So I see 7 hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, we will have a paper ballot. So, ready? This is what we're going to do it. Hello? This is what we're going to do it. You're going to write either yes or no. We're either going to write yes or no on the piece of paper. A yes will change the select boards to 675 and 600. A yes passes the amendment. A no, we go back to the original amount in the motion. You understand? If yes? A yes vote passes the amendment. Okay, there's an amendment on the floor to change it to 675, 600. If you vote yes, you're then in favor of this amendment. If you vote no, you are not in favor, and we go back to the original amounts. Can I be any more clear? Does anybody not understand? The original amount is what's in the warning, 1,500 and 1,000. A no vote, yes, ma'am.
So you're saying yes would be to maintain, the amendment from the salaries of last year, like no raises, etc.
There's an amendment on the floor. The amendment wants to change the amounts wants to change the amounts lower. That's the amendment, to change it lower. So if you vote yes, you're in favor of the amendment, changing it lower. If you vote no, you are not in favor of that amendment. It doesn't matter what you're in favor of up top here, I shouldn't say that. If it's a yes vote, you're in favor of the amendment, changing it lower. If you're not in favor of the amendment, you vote no. Clear?
Yes.
Okay, the ballot box is now open. Senator Galbraith is here, and while we're counting the votes, why don't we let him speak? I need to suspend the rules to do that.
I'm the president of council.
Oh, you're a Townshend resident, that's right. He has the floor.
Hi. I'm just standing at the phone.
Oh, okay, great. I still want to get your back.
No.
I'll
First, let me just begin by saying, since the first time I've spoken to this town meeting, not just as a Townshend resident, but in the other capacity as your senator, to say what an honor it is to represent you and the rest of Windham County in the Vermont Senate. I could fill the rest of the morning with a report, but I don't think that would be appreciated. I wouldn't, in my role as a resident of town, knowing that our town doesn't always get through its business in the most expeditious manner. I will say briefly on the business of the legislature that I have focused on the economy, and I think we've taken a number of steps that will improve the economy, one of which is last year we passed a telecommunications bill out of my committee, which I co-sponsored, which will, by 2013, bring broadband and hopefully internet throughout Windham County, including throughout Townshend. And I think that we passed the enabling laws, the money is there. I can't vouch for the technology, but it should work. And I think that will do more for the economy in our region than almost anything else. We have also had a focus on the economy in Windham County. Last year I got the Senate to earmark some money for Windham County because of the closure of Vermont Yankee. Independent of whether you're for or against the plant, it's going to have an economic impact. Of course, the plant now may not close, certainly won't close on the 21st of March, but nonetheless, we're continuing to have that focus. We're going to continue to have hearings. And finally, on the economic side, but also otherwise, last year we passed one of the most major pieces of social legislation, almost comparable to Social Security, major health care reform. I won't go at length in that except to say there are many steps before it becomes a reality, including the not small task of figuring out how to pay for it. Now I would like to switch gears and talk about something that's very specific to the town of Townshend and to our representation in Montpelier. The legislature has adopted and was signed into law a redistricting map that affects Townshend's representation. It specifically, if you might give me a hand here holding this up, this is the new Windham-Bennington district. It goes from, let's see, I think that's Reedsboro, Searsburg, Somerset. No, I haven't got that. Searsburg, Reedsboro. Anyhow, these are all in Bennington County. Somerset, Dover, Wardsboro, and that little piece there is the West Hill region of Townshend. 54 people who live west of State Forest Road and of West Hill have been moved in a district that extends 60 miles to the border of Massachusetts in Bennington County. Now, I discussed this at great length on the floor of the Senate. I opposed it. You don't always win them. It was nonetheless adopted. And so the issue here is, what are we going to do about it? Now, the leadership have said they will revisit it in a second bill, and hopefully it'll be worked out. But if it isn't, we have the alternative. Any 5 Vermonters can challenge the House plan in the courts. And this plan violates many of the provisions of both the Vermont statute, the Vermont Constitution, and for that matter, the U.S. Constitution. I won't go in at great length, but one of the requirements is that districts be compact. Obviously, this isn't compact. Second, and this is really the key, that they preserve existing town boundaries. Splitting 54 people off from Townshend doesn't do that. And third, the U.S. Constitution requires that legislative districts be of equal size unless there is, and here's the key point, a compelling state policy that is consistently applied. And Vermont has a compelling state policy which justifies a deviation. In other words, some districts being larger, having more people than others, which is to preserve town boundaries. But obviously, when you don't apply it consistently, you get into trouble. And in fact, our House districts are way out of line in terms of the difference between the largest and the smallest district as compared to the rest of the country. In Vermont, the difference is 19%. Only one other state, aside from Hawaii, which has special geographic conditions, is above 10%. So the plan is very vulnerable. I think that's why there's a good chance it will be fixed. But if it isn't, then we will have to petition the Supreme Court, as is our right. I have a sign-up sheet. Roger Albee has agreed to join, and I will be part of it. It would be particularly helpful to have some people who actually live west of State Forest Road and west of West Hill Road in that little area, because I think our chances of prevailing are extremely good. So I'll leave that sign-up, if I may, down where the voting is taking place, the presidential voting, and I'll be happy to take a couple of questions, if that's okay, Mr. Moderator, and if anybody has them. Please.
I'm just curious what drove this change. It seems like there's no reason to do this.
Well, I'll tell you what drove it and why it's not constitutional. The House decided they needed a 18.74 deviation, meaning the most populous and the least populous districts. That there. The number was picked out of thin air. So, and this was a deal that was struck with no public notice, no hearing. The select board was informed here after the House had voted. So, you know, and then they said, some of the House people said, well, the town could have, testified. Well, how can we testify if we don't even know that proposal exists? And incidentally, if it happens, the 54 people will be really well represented by John Moran. But, we can't say who's going to win an election. We can't say he'll be there for 10 years. And in 10 years, because it's done now, it's going to continue. So this is a permanent change. It weakens in my view, it weakens our voice and I'm speaking now as a resident of Townshend, it weakens our voice in the legislature. It's really unfair to the 54 people. So that's why we cannot let this stand. And again, I think we have an excellent chance of doing it. But the idea it was done without any notice to us is also, I think, quite appalling. All right, well, thank you. Again, incidentally, if people do sign up, I want to assure you that I don't know quite how we will proceed. And frankly, it would probably be a pro se case, but there is no redistricting bar because these cases are very rare. And of course, there would be no financial cost to being part of it, but it probably your name would be on the complaint as a list of a series of people from the town. Anyhow, thank you very much, and I will proceed on to other towns in the county. I'm sorry I can't stay here for the entire meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Before I announce the results here, I made a mistake. It's been pointed out that I made a mistake. It's been pointed out that I made a mistake on the suspend the rules, and what I should have done was count all the votes, because then in order to figure out 2/3, you need to know the total vote count. Okay, not that we're doing it again right now or anything, but I don't think that changes the results. Just by looking at the hands, I could see that there was not a 2/3 majority to pass that suspend the rules change in paper ballot. But I did make a mistake there, but I don't think it changes the results. So the result to the amendment on Article 3, yes votes were 56 and no votes were 51. So the amendment passes. The article we're now back to the main motion. Here's the totals. The motion now on the floor is to see what salaries the town will vote to pay its various officials the ensuing year. Town clerk, $32,875. Town treasurer, $2,170. Select board chair, $675. 4 members, $600. Listers, auditors, and assistant and casual labor, $12.99 per hour. Discussion on the main motion. Yes, sir.
Out of order to amend the motion.
No, the motion's on the floor. You can amend the motion.
Move to amend to last year's numbers for the town clerk, town treasurer, listers, auditors, assistants, and casual labor.
Okay. And is there a second?
Second.
Name? Mary? And Ryan? Okay, so those numbers are on page 72. If you wanted to see last year's numbers, I will read you last year's numbers. When I find them. Wait. I'm getting there. They're right here. Last year's numbers are, the motion has now been amended and seconded to read, pay the town clerk $31,916 per year. You're writing this down? $31,916. Town treasurer, $2,105. Select board chair, $675. Members, $600. And listers, auditors, assistant, and casual labor, $12.61 per hour. Discussion on that amendment.
Moderator.
Yes, sir.
Phil Moriarty, can you explain the consequences if the amendment or if the motion fails? If the amendment fails.
If the amendment fails, we go back to the original motion, which is 232, but still changes the chair to 675 and 600, because that's the motion on the floor. Okay, or that's what the amended motion is on the floor. Okay. If anybody needs explanation, yes, ma'am.
I'd just like to know what was the percentage of increase, raise given across the board.
I have, okay.
That was 3%. Simply a cost of living increase.
Yes, it's a 3% for town clerk, town treasurers, and listers, auditors, and assistant labor. It was up 3%. Any further discussion? That requires a 2/3 vote. It would be easier if there was no further discussion. Is there no further discussion? Okay. Seeing no further discussion, we will now vote to the amended article, which shall read, oh, I just lost my page, which shall read, to see what salaries the town will vote to pay its various officials for the ensuing year. Town clerk, $31,916 per year. Town treasurer, $2,105 per year. Select board, $675 per year. 4 members at $600 per year. And listers, auditors, assistants, and casual labor, $12.61 per hour. A yes vote passes the amendment. A no vote, we go back to the original motion. Anybody have any questions? All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no.
No.
I'm going to call for a division of the House. All those in favor of passing the amendment, please raise your hand. All those in favor, not all those with a no vote, please raise your hand. 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53.
And one behind.
54. 54 no, the amendment fails. And I counted them all. I didn't stop. Okay, so that amendment fails. We are now back to the amended motion, which reads the town clerk 32,875, town treasurer 2170, select board 675, 4 members 600, and listers auditors casual label 1299. Any further discussion? This is loose. Any further discussion? I got to eat the mic, I was told. Yes, sir.
Would you please explain the consequences of this motion failing?
Change the select board.
Hmm?
It's the motion as it is for the change of select board.
It's the motion as it is. If this motion fails, I assume they go back to next year's numbers. Next year's. The previous year's numbers, if this motion fails. I'm not sure what would happen if that would fail. I think that's a question for the select board. No? I mean, I don't know if this motion fails, we don't pay them at all? Yes.
Ern's over there, he may be able to help. But my understanding is that the main motion fails. Sorry. This is going to do a lot of it.
There. At least in the school portion of the meeting, if the main motion fails, there is no motion, there's no authorization to pay anybody anything,
Right.
and you have to come back to a different meeting to deal with the issue, which, are we going to have a different meeting anyway to validate what we do at this meeting?
That's already been warned, and that's not on the warning, so you can't do it.
Okay, so we would have to have
Another meeting.
if this fails.
Yeah, that's, okay, that makes sense. That you pay them nothing. There's no authorization to pay the auditors, the town clerk, the town treasurers, the listers, auditors, select board, nothing. So if this fails, you pay them nothing. Huh?
You wouldn't pay them after July 1st.
Right, you wouldn't pay them after July 1st. This all takes effect fiscal year 2013. More discussion. Yes, sir. Loud.
What's that?
Loud.
Penny had said it was a 3% increase.
Yeah.
The numbers you're proposing, the original amendment?
No.
The original numbers you have on the article, you said you took last year and did a 3% increase?
That's correct. These are the numbers that are in the town report.
3% of $675 is $695 for the selectmen chair, not $1,500.
No, I was referring to all of the other ones.
All of the other ones?
Yes.
Except.
So, you said it was 3% across the board, which is in fact not true. If we did a 3%, if we sat down and calculated 3% for last year's paid salaries, what's that number? Maybe we can adopt that instead.
Okay. Make a motion. You can make a motion. Point taken. Is there any further discussion? Or motion? Or amendments, I should say. If you'd like to make amendments.
Can you give us the numbers for the 3% for the select board, the town treasurer, and the 4 members?
675 times 0.03 equals $20.25 more, so it would be $700 for the select board. There would be $700.25 for the select board, and 600 times, I should be able to do that in my head, 03 is $18, so it would be $618 for the members. I just asked a question, I just answered this question. That's not a motion or amendment. I mean, that's not an amendment. I just answered the question.
I think the confusion, Warren, is that that question came up after the select board rate was voted down. So all of the other ones across the board is at 4%.
Well, can the town folks say that if we amended all salaries that you have posted from last year for the positions we're trying to figure out, if all of them get a 3% increase, is that a doable? You tell us what the numbers are, and maybe we can say yes, and we can keep going.
You may figure out the select board what that would be at 3%?
Yeah, he just did that, $695. Right, so
Okay.
what I guess I would propose is that everybody got an even 3%. It's going to change your original amendment, or Article 3, but yet it might be a number that the townsfolk can say, well, $695 is a lot less than $1,500. And
Okay.
$620 is a lot less than $1,000.
I believe you just made a motion, an amendment, to the main motion to change the select board from $600 to $700, the select board chair from $675 to $725.25, and the members from $600 to $618. Is there a second to that amendment?
You're not talking about the number.
Is there a second to that amendment? Kim. Okay, so that was Warren and Kim. Okay, so now we have to discuss this amendment. We now have an amendment on the floor to change the select board salaries from $675 to $700.25, and the members from $600 to $618. It's been moved and seconded. We will now discuss this amendment. Yes.
I thought the
Loud.
amendment was all, it was all of them.
The other ones are already amended 3% up. So that doesn't, those don't change.
So what we basically would be doing is giving everybody listed in Article 3 the same equal 3% across the board.
That's right. The other ones don't change, so we're not going to muddle the words. Right. They're already at 3%. Yes. Yes, right.
The town just took a vote to put the money back where it was last year. Why are we putting 3% back on it?
Because it was more than 3%.
Okay, no discussion between. Understood. Okay, that's out of the order. Yes.
Alice Gouch, when was the last time the select board had any increase?
1982.
It's a suggestion of 1982 or 1984.
That's about almost 20 years. I mean, could be 20 years? Is that right?
Almost 30 years.
Since their meager compensation has been changed at all.
Okay, further discussion. Yes, ma'am.
I think people are confused. I'm trying to amend this. Because it passed for the select board to go to 675 and 600,
Yes.
did the next one wash that out and put it back to 1,500 and 1,000?
No, this amendment just
People are
repeat.
confused thinking that it went, put the select board back up there when
No, that's not what I'm saying.
that's what they
This-
that's what
this-
everyone's understanding, I believe.
Yeah, everybody understands that what we're doing is basically just giving the select board a 3% raise. That's what the amendment is. You got that?
Right, but they misunderstood that it stayed when we voted down to go to last year's.
No, it stayed, I read 675, 600 when I read the new article.
Well, I think people
Only passed.
misunderstood that.
Okay.
When that got
I'm
voted
getting
down.
mixed. Okay, yes, sir.
Could you restate the main motion, which is those numbers, which are...
The motion on the floor, right, the main motion was the town clerk, town treasurer, and listers auditors don't change on what's in Article 3. What changes is what is the main motion right now is the chair gets 675 and 600. You can cross off the 1,500 and the 1,000 right now. That's not in there. It's 675 and 600. Now we have an amendment to change the 675 and 600 to $700.25 and $618. Anybody correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems okay. Irv.
3% is not $700. $695.35.
605.03 equals $1. I'm sorry, correction taken. $695. $695, I added wrong, and 25 cents. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I apologize. It's 695, 25, and 618. I apologize. 695, 8, and 618. Yes. Is there any further discussion? If there is, it's not going to happen unless we take a vote. No? Okay. The question has been moved. 2/3 vote required to close debate. All those in favor of closing debate, please raise your hand. I'm not counting. All those in favor of continuing debate? Okay, there you go. Okay, so it's been closed. So, what we're voting on is an amendment to change the select board chair from $675 to $695.25. Thank you, Herb. And the 4 members from $600 to $618. A yes vote is in favor of the amendment to change it higher. A no vote is to keep it at $675, $600. Do we understand? Yes in favor of the amendment. No defeats the amendment. Do we understand? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? No. I believe the ayes have it.
Thank you for recognizing me before you closed the thing.
Excuse me, her hand went up first and she called it. Don't
No.
apologize to me.
No, it didn't. I've been standing there for a half hour.
Okay, moving on. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. So, now the main motion reads, Town Clerk 32875, Town Treasurer 2170, Select Board Chair 6925, 4 members 618, Auditors, Listers, Assistants 21299. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we will now vote on this main motion. A yes vote passes what I just read, those numbers. A no vote defeats it, and then we talked about that. All those in favor of passing the motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? No. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion passes. Okay. Moving on.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, sir.
I move to suspend the rules and take up Article 6. Prior to Article
A motion to suspend the rules to move Article 6 now, at this moment.
Second.
It needs to be seconded. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Elections, yes. So that's suspend the rules. There's no discussion. I will leave some leeway. Does anybody have a question? You want to just briefly explain why you want to do it? I mean, there's no discussion here, but you would just want to briefly explain why you want to move articles. If you don't, that's okay.
The reason I'm looking to discuss this early is to give the town a chance to determine whether they want additional powers to be given to their constables. And if they do decide to give those constables additional powers, then this article would allow the constables, instead of being on a 1-year term limit, to be on a 2-year term limit.
Okay, no discussion. That's why you suspend the rules in order to move Article 6 before the elections. Okay, makes sense? 2/3 vote to suspend the rules. All those, I gotta do hands, I guess. All those in favor of suspending the rules and moving Article 6 at this moment, please raise your hand. Thank you. All those opposed? Okay. Okay, so we've now suspended the rules. They passed 2/3 vote. We will now discuss Article 6. Article 6 reads, per 17 VSA 26467, to see if the town will vote to elect its first and second constables to 2 years rather than 1-year terms. Is there a motion? A motion has been made to pass over. Okay? Okay, that is actually, I believe, another motion to suspend the rules because it has not yet been moved before the motion is ruled to suspend the rules. It is not debatable, but a second is required. Okay, hang on. I hear you. Let me record who made the motion and who seconded it. Jan made the motion. Who was the second? Mitchell. Okay, so we got Mitchell and Jan and Mitchell to pass over. That requires a 2/3 vote to pass over this article. If we pass over this article right now, it will not be brought up again. When Article 6 should be brought up, it goes away. Okay? A yes vote passes over the article. A no, there's no discussion. Sorry. Do you need clarification? Okay, a yes vote passes. What?
Clarification, if you pass it over, does it stay at 1 year?
Yes. Well, yes, nothing changes, right. We don't discuss this. Right. Yes. Okay, sorry. A yes vote passes over the article. It stays at 1 year, and we don't discuss it again. A no vote, we go back to discussing the article. We will do hands and we will count. All those in favor of passing over the article, please raise your hand. Fourteen hands yes to pass over. Those opposed to passing over. Does somebody want to help me on that side of the room? No, don't count? Or count? I don't need to count? Okay, don't need to count. It's obvious that suspending rules, if the passover fails, we will now bring up Article 6, First State Statute 17, blah, 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 to see if the town will vote to elect its first and second constables for 2 years rather than 1-year terms. Is there, we don't yet have a motion on the floor.
So moved.
So moved by David. And seconded by Carol. Discussion. Yes, sir.
Is there any strong benefits for having 2 years versus 2? 2 years versus the 1-year term? Is there
Anybody hear that? I guess I can repeat questions. Anybody hear that question? What's the benefit of 1 versus 2 years?
Mr. Moderator, the benefit of having, let me back up. Let me explain. If they don't get training, the state statute has changed so that if the constables don't receive additional training to be a law enforcement officer, the only thing they would be able to do is serve civil and criminal process, destroy animals, kill injured deer, assist the health officer in the discharge of his or her duties, serve as a district court officer, and remove disorderly people from town meeting. So, if the town wants their constable to be limited to those duties, then you really don't need them to go take training, additional training. Over the last several years, the statute has changed this. However, for them to go receive the additional 50 hours plus of training, it's 550 hours of training within 6 months. It would be asking a constable to do that on a 1-year term would be a little bit excessive. So I'm not for this one way or the other. I just want the town to understand that if you're asking a 1-year constable, what you're basically doing is everybody's okay with them doing these duties. And if that's all you want, then that's fine. Then vote this article down. If you would like a constable to do more than the duties that I outlined, then you might want to consider making it a 2-year position. Thank you.
Further discussion.
What additional duties might a 2-year constable with that training be responsible for? And what is the cost of the training?
Yeah, question.
The additional duties would be any of the duties performed by a law enforcement officer. So they could write parking tickets, they could write speeding tickets, they could write moving violations, they could be involved with criminal investigations. Obviously, they would be also under the jurisdiction of the Vermont State Police, and so they would have to interface with the Vermont State Police and the Windham County Sheriffs on jurisdictional issues. But within the town of Townshend, the boundaries of the town of Townshend, they would have the jurisdiction of a law enforcement officer. Okay. And your second part of your question as to how much is this going to cost? Obviously, you've seen the budget. There's very little in there for law enforcement training. This is a preliminary step. And if this were to pass, then we would be bringing for next town meeting, after we discuss with the constables, what additional training, we'd be bringing those dollar figures to you. So it wouldn't be anything that would happen this year.
I got two in the back before you, Alice. Yes.
So the town
Loud.
will be responsible for paying for that training?
Town will be responsible for paying for that training.
Or is it come out of the person's pocket?
Some of it may come out of the person's pocket. Some of it would be funded by the Vermont State Police Academy, and some of it may need to be funded by the town. However, it wouldn't come to the town until next year's budget.
Mitchell, his hand was up. Mitchell, your hand was up early.
I just wonder if you people realize what you're doing if you vote this to a 2-year position. Because I get the paperwork from the state all the time. You go and take a 2-week class at the Vermont State Police Academy, which the Vermont Leagues of Cities and Towns would pay for me. And I would have ultimate power in this town as constable. There ain't a person in here, anywhere, that could stop me. The select board doesn't overrule me. The moderator doesn't overrule me. The state police wouldn't overrule me. The sheriff's department would not overrule me if I went and took this class. You give this a 2-year position and you get somebody in that position that wants to be gung-ho, sitting out here stopping cars, writing speeding tickets, parking tickets, whatever you want to do, there's nothing you can do to stop that person once you give them that power. I think you're crazy at going in 2-year thing.
And the state police and sheriff's can't.
They can't override it if I go and take that 2-week training.
Would you please restate the required amount of training? Was it 50 hours or 500? Something I heard.
It's 2 weeks, 50 hours, and a 2-week class.
Under these rules, full-time constables, those employed for more than 32 hours per week or more than 25 weeks per year must satisfactorily complete a minimum of 550 hours of training within 6 months of their date of employment before exercising full law enforcement powers. Part-time constables must satisfactorily complete a minimum of 58 hours of classroom instruction to receive a provisional 12-month certificate. The certificate allows part-time constables to exercise law enforcement powers, but only under the direct supervision and control of fully certified law enforcement officers. In order to exercise full law enforcement authority, part-time constables must complete an additional 110 hours of training during a 12-month period.
Carol.
My concern about this is that I know for a fact that a number of police investigations have been mishandled by professional policemen full-time. And as a result of mishandling of evidence of such things, cases have been lost that should have been, convictions should have been negated. To have someone with minimal experience, minimal background, to have the ability to insert themselves into a criminal scene could mess things up more. I don't think that this sounds like a volunteer sort of thing, and yet they have the powers to step in. I don't think it sounds like a good idea that we should be getting into police work in this town. We have the sheriff's department, we have the state police.
In the back? No, not Brian. You got a ways to go.
Available, I actually gone through
Loud.
training.
Really loud.
Available, I've actually gone through the training in the
Button.
academy.
Flip the button.
Does this work?
Right again. Up.
Okay, Alice is on. Can you hear me now?
Nope.
Hi. All right. I'll just talk really loudly. I've gone through the training in the academy. There is not only the hours, there's an FTO process, a field training process. It's not clear who would be training the constable because he would be under the supervision of functionally no agency. I don't know any agency that might necessarily be willing to train him. I agree with what potentially, on several levels, but I think we really need to think through what we want from this before we put it on the floor.
Okay, we got lots of hands right now. We got Paul here first.
I guess I would just comment also, I don't see any justified need right now for doing this. Seems like there's a lot of questions on why we would do it, and it raises a lot of issues we may have. So at this time, I don't think we have enough information to move forward on this and change what we've been doing.
Ryan, and then back over here. We got one over here, and then I see a hand over there. Ryan.
First of all, we have 2 constable positions, not one, so you're not always going to have somebody running around by themselves. We've already established that. Now, this is an elected position, and like a lot of elected positions, this comes with responsibilities. Not just responsibilities dictated by the role, but by the state, responsibilities that are also dictated by the select board, and responsibilities dictated by these townspeople. Now, I've been at a lot of these select board meetings at both sides of that table, and people come before the town, and they say, we have X problem. We can't get a hold of the constable. Now, when I was up on that table, some of you people here in this room called the people on that side of the table, called them, called those elected officials, because you can't necessarily get a hold of other elected officials, namely the constables. Why? Because they do not necessarily have the experience or training or the interest in them. They are accountable to you. You say you want speeding laws. You say you don't want people doing 55 across your driveway. But you don't want to step up and have someone in town volunteer to handle your problems. We want to pay an outside agency that you have no control over. You're not electing all of those deputies from the sheriff's department, but you're paying them. You're not electing anybody from the state, but they still have jurisdiction here. All those stadiums, you see them cruise through here, not often because we don't have a contract with them, but they still have jurisdiction here. What the town is asking for is that we take volunteers who are willing to give of their time to help you so that we're not paying someone else for something we can do ourselves. And there's a commitment here. There's a commitment for the constable, and there's a commitment for the town. And we're asking that it not be a 1-year commitment, but a 2-year commitment. Because there are people in this town who will volunteer for that position, who would like the ability to assist, who don't mind going to the training, who will take the financial hit, who will answer the phone calls, and there are people in this community who will help other people in this community, so we're not paying someone else to do our business. That's fiscal responsibility is what that is.
Effie? Is that Effie back there?
Yeah.
Hi, Effie.
That's back here. My feeling is that maybe there should be a little more research into this. If any of you probably didn't follow Island Pond's problem with their constable, you'd find that the town had no control over the constable. And they lost most of their business, things that came into town, etc., due to the fact that the constable decided that he would give tickets out for mud flats being too long, etc. So that you really need, I think the town needs to research this to make sure that everybody knows what they're voting for.
Any further discussion? Yes, sir.
I have been a police officer in the past. I have a son that is a state police officer here in the area. And the thing that I don't like about this is when the gentleman said that the constables will not be accountable to anybody.
Sir.
The constable is accountable.
Loud.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now? The constable is accountable to the people of the town. If you don't like what he's doing, we have an annual town meeting. It might take 6 months or 8 months to remove him, but he's going to be gone, or he will be gone. As soon as he or he irritates enough people. So there's no reason to think that we don't have any control on the
not knowing a lot, and not knowing a great deal about this, just in hearing the various discussion points, it does sound like an awful lot of power given to one person. You know, speeding tickets. When the woman mentioned blood flap, I just kind of thought, what? So it just seems like an immense amount of power would be given for 2 years for a variety of things that sound as if they're not fully enumerated, that the persons get to kind of decide for themselves what needed to be enforced.
Yes, Kip first.
Kip Martin, I would just ask in what Ryan has to say about volunteers. I know we have a hard time finding people to volunteer to be auditor, volunteering for all the many other jobs in this town that require maybe a few hours a month or 8 or 10 hours a year. If you're going to look for a constable to volunteer for almost a full-time job, pay out of his own pocket for 550 hours of training. Me, I have no idea what that cost is. I don't know if the board has researched that at all. But the expense and the cost, and then on top of that, you're going to have to supply, and I can see it coming down the road, a police vehicle. And I'm sure that you're going to buy it just down the street at secondhand on an awful lot down here. It's going to be a very expensive vehicle. So I see it as a major step into having a full-time police force in the town of Townshend. And I think that'll be an expense down the road that we just can't afford, number one. And number two, I don't think we need that. I think that we get adequate police and law enforcement from the Vermont State Police and the Sheriff's Department for a town of our size and a budget of ours.
Yeah, Joe Uhas, I have a hard time understanding why you want to give police authority to a bunch of amateurs. And I think that would be a gigantic mistake.
I'll make a motion and call the question on the floor.
Did you want to speak? Your hand was up. No. Okay, yes. Okay, is there any further discussion so we don't have to take it? There is more discussion. No? The question's been called. So moved and seconded. Is there a second? Yes. Okay, there's no discussion. So all those in favor of closing debate, please raise your hand. All those in favor of keeping debate open, please raise your hand. Okay, unanimous. Okay, so the question's been called. We'll now vote on the motion. Per Vermont State Statute per 17 Vermont State Statute 26467, to see if the town will vote to elect its first and second constables to 2 years rather than 1 year terms. A yes vote passes that. A no vote defeats it. Do we understand? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. The noes have it. Moving on to elections. Oh, wait. I want to say, okay, let's just talk about the elections for a minute, and then Hetty wants to say something. Vermont state law requires paper ballot for the election of the select board, listers, and auditors. All other elections may be handled from the floor. Any voter may ask for a division of the House, which is hands, or request a paper ballot. Request for a paper ballot requires 6 other voters, unless amended by a 2/3 vote. A second is not needed for a nomination. You don't need to second a nomination. Again, there will be no personal attacks. Okay, if there's no objection, we'll allow the nominee or the candidate to speak briefly if they choose to, but there will be no other speaking of the nominee to the nominee about the nominee. And then I'd also like to ask for the elected officials when we recess for lunch to come forward to be sworn in. Downstairs, because the town clerk needs to do it. So it's downstairs where they're voting. However, we might not get through elections, so we'll see about that. 2011 election results are on page 59. And let me reiterate that for these positions, only town residents can be elected. Okay. Hetty would like to just say a brief.
Thank you, David. Is this on? Oh, good. There are a couple of themes that have run through this meeting so far today. One being the need for people to be willing to run for office. The other being money. And I think we are at a turning point here, or we may be. We've got some choices. If people don't run for auditor, we can do what lots of towns in Vermont have done and hire an outside auditing firm. I understand they're paying between $11,000 and $12,000 a year for that service. If we don't elect listers, or enough of them, there are a number of towns where they have a professional appraisal service come in every time there's a new building or an addition on a building, and they set the value on it, and the listers simply put that into the computer system. There are lots of towns where there's a town manager or a town administrator who gets paid between $40,000 and $70,000 a year in Vermont to basically run the town. And the select board has very little to do except direct the town manager to some extent. You've all got to make a choice here. And if you decide not to run for office, that's what we're going to end up with. There is one article on here directly related to that. But I think we all need to think about whether we want professionals to do it or whether we want to run our own town.
Okay, thank you. On to elections. Article 4, Roman numerals. Article 4, to elect town officials for the ensuing year. If there's no objection, I'm not going to read through every single one. I will go one office at a time. Okay, seeing no objection, we'll move on to the first. Town clerk, 1-year term. Anita Bean holds that position right now, although I'll open the floor for nominations. Anita Bean has been nominated. Okay. Seconds we don't need seconds. That's okay. That's okay. People do it all the time. And okay. So Ryan, Anita Bean has been nominated. Any other nominations for town clerk? Yes, ma'am.
Move the nominations be closed and the clerk be directed to cast one ballot for Anita Bean as town clerk for 1 year.
Okay. If there's no objections, hearing no more nominations, I declare the nominations closed. Hearing no objections, I declare the nominations closed and request the town clerk to cast one ballot for Anita Bean for a 1-year term of town clerk. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Moving on, town treasurer, 1-year term. Joseph Dano holds that position right now. I will now entertain nominations. Was that a second or was that another one? That was a second? Okay. So we got a nomination by Art for Joe Dano. Any other nominations? Okay.
I move the nominations be closed and the clerk be directed to cast one ballot for Joe Dano as town treasurer for the term of 1 year.
It's been moved and seconded, and hearing no objections, and hearing no more nominations, I declare the nominations closed and request the clerk to cast one ballot for Joe Dano as 1-year term for town treasurer. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. The reason why I say I believe the ayes have it because it gives you a chance to disagree with me. That's all. Okay, select board. We have one 3-year term, one 2-year term that was vacated, and 2 one-year terms. We're going to start with the Select Board 3-year term, which is Steve Overden's position right now. I will now entertain nominations. I didn't see which hand went up first.
I nominate David Rubendorf.
David Diesendorf has been nominated. Okay. Okay. Any other nominations for a 3-year term on the Select Board? Sir.
Nominate Kit Martin.
I respectfully decline this particular nomination.
Kit has respectfully declined. Any other nominations? Seeing no, if there are no objections, can I say that myself? Seeing no objections, I can close the nominations? Yeah, I can do that. Right, so I can just read my little thing here. If there are if there are no objections and hearing no other nominations, I declare the nominations closed and request the clerk to cast 1 ballot for David Diesendorf for the 3-year term on Select Board. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Congratulations, David. Select Board, 2-year term vacated by Ryan Hockerlots. I will now entertain nominations. Mary, please.
I nominate Kit Martin.
Kit Martin's been nominated for a 2-year position. Ooh. Kit Martin. Bernice, your hand is up.
No, I wanted to nominate you too.
Oh. Yes, sir. You got another nomination?
Ryan Hockerlots?
Ryan Hockerlots has been nominated. I know I have a problem with that. Okay. Another nomination.
I'd like to nominate Chad Greenwood.
Chad Greenwood. Is Chad here? Yes?
Respectfully decline.
Chad respectfully declines. I'll write that down, Chad. Okay. Any other nominations? Okay. Seeing no other nominations, if there's no objections, I am closing nominations. Is there any objection? Nominations are now closed. Now hold on. This requires a paper ballot, just so you know. We're not doing it by voice vote. Okay. Now, I have a whiteboard here because people have said they don't know the names. I will write the names on the whiteboard so you know. Who are the names? Kit Martin. Can we just write Kit for Kit Martin or Ryan for Ryan Hockerlots? Okay? That's easy enough? Acceptable to everybody? No objections to that? Okay. We have Kit or Ryan running for a 2-year spot vacated on the Select Board. The ballot box is now open. Please come to order. We have a result of the election for the 2-year spot on the Select Board. 117 votes cast. So that would be 58 and a half. 58 and a half. Kit Martin with 92. Ryan Hockerlots with 25. Kit Martin has been elected to a 2-year term on the Select Board. Welcome back. Select Board, 1-year term. We'll do Bruce Bills' position first. Okay, it's Bruce and Jeff's position. We'll do Bruce Bills' position first, not that it matters. I will now entertain motions for a 1-year term on the Select Board. Nominations, Bernice. Chad Greenwood has been nominated. Does he accept the one where we go? There he is. He does accept the nomination. Any other nominations for the 1-year position?
more nominations, I move that the nominations be closed.
Okay. Okay, if there's no objection, and hearing no more nominations, I declare the nominations closed and request the clerk cast one ballot for Chad Greenwood for a one-year term on the select board. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Chad Greenwood has been elected to the select board one-year term. Select board one-year term, another one. We'll call this Jeff Russ's position. Do I entertain motions? Sir.
Nominate Jeff Russ.
Jeff Russ, does he accept?
Second.
Okay. Yes.
I nominate Herb Stoll.
Herb Stoll been nominated. Yes. Herb Stoll has been nominated. Any other nominations? Yes.
Nominate Michael Chase.
Michael Chase. Michael Chase?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. We have Jeff Ross, Herb Stowell, Michael Chase. Any other nominations? Okay. Seeing no other nominations, the nominations are now closed. And so we're going to vote. Who's that guy on Fox? For Jeff. Russ. Raise your hand, Jeff. Jeff Russ. Herb Stowell. Herb. We'll call it Herb. Herb, raise your hand. So people know, raise your hand. And Herb, right there. Good. And Michael. Michael, you want to stand up? Good? Okay. I now declare the ballot box. Wait, what?
The nominees want to make any comments, or?
Okay, well, there's been a request for comments. Do the nominees want to make any comments? The answer is no. No? Okay. The ballot box is now open. Okay, we will come to order. Come to order. We have results of election. Select board one-year term. In order to be elected, you need the majority of the votes. There was 120 votes cast, which means 61 votes needed for a majority. Michael Chase with 28, Herb Stowell with 28, and Jeff Russ with 64. Jeff Russ has been elected to a one-year term on the select board. So bad? Sorry, we were trying to find a new place for it. You could have just asked me to move it. Because it's coming? Okay. Now we're going to move on to listers. That's what's next? Yes, listers? Listers. We have one 3-year term and 2 one-year terms. First, we're going to look at the 3-year term for lister. I believe that's being held right now by Mike Bills. I will now entertain nominations for listers. This is the first hand over here.
I have a question as to whether if every lister is a resident of the town of Townshend.
That has been researched, and yes, he is a resident and on the voters checklist. Mike Bills has been nominated.
Richard
Okay.
Lucier.
Richard Lucier. Where is Dick here?
I decline. I think
Decline. Okay. Richard Lucier. Decline. Okay, any other nominations? Yes, ma'am. Susan. What? Oh, she's still a lister?
Oh, okay.
Oh, yes. Okay. She's already a lister. Okay. Any other nominations? Seeing no other nominations, and if there's no objection, I will instruct the clerk to cast one ballot. One ballot for Mike Bills for a 3-year term of lister. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Mike Bills has been elected to the 3-year term. We'll now take a 1-year term. I will pick Lance Stalker's position as the next 1-year term. That hand is first and Denise. Yes, ma'am.
I nominate Dick Lucio.
Yes? He's thinking. Yes? Okay. Okay, Richard has been nominated for the 1-year term. Okay, any other nominations for Denise? That was him? Man, you're slow on the hand, you better Jeopardy. Okay, any other nominations for the 1-year term lister? Seeing no other nominations, I will instruct the clerk to cast 1 ballot for Richard Lucier for 1-year term of lister. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Richard Lucier has been elected to a 1-year term on the listers. Another 1-year term. This was Susan Eastwood to Richard Lucier, I believe. Yes? Okay, another 1-year term. I will entertain nominations. Yes, sir.
Howard Lott.
Howard Lott. I saw Howard back there somewhere. Yes? Howard? Yes? Lister? Yes? Okay. Just making sure. Don't want anybody to be falling asleep and getting nominated. Yes? John Evans? Saw John somewhere.
I decline, thank you.
John Evans declines. Any other nominations? If there are no objections and hearing no more nominations, I declare the nomination closed and request the clerk to cast 1 ballot for Howard Lott for a lister 1-year term. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes, I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Moving along. Auditors. A 3-year term, a 2-year term, and a 1-year term. We will first do the 3-year term. I will entertain nominations for the 3-year term of auditor. Yes, ma'am.
I nominate Ernie Ellingson.
Excuse me?
Ernie Ellingson.
Ernie Ellingson? Ernie Ellingson. Is he here? This is his face. Is he there, sir? Oh, yes. You see him? No, exactly. Oh. We'll do that in a second. Ernie. Anybody else? 3-year auditor. Seeing no other nominations and hearing no objections, I am going to close the nominations and request the clerk pass 1 ballot for Ernie Ellington for a 3-year term of auditor. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. All opposed? Sorry. Okay, the ayes have it. Oh, Mr. Ernie? Stand up. Stand up for a second. So, that's Ernie. County resident, you got a ribbon? You're hired. Auditor, 2-year term. I will now entertain nominations. Yes, sir.
Ryan Hockerloff, Peter.
Ryan Hockerloff has been. That's what you said? Right? Hockerloff. Okay. Ryan has been nominated. Any other for 2-year auditor? Who is he? Stand up, please. That's Ryan there. Seeing no other nominations, and if there's no objections, I will request the clerk cast 1 ballot for Ryan Hockerloff for a 2-year term as an auditor. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Congratulations. 1-year term of auditor. I will now entertain nominations. Got a hand there, and we go back there.
I nominate Judy Dickerson.
Judy Dickerson has been nominated. Judy?
Can I ask a question? No.
Point of information. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Are there a total of 3 auditors?
Yes, ma'am.
So they would all be new this year?
Yes, ma'am. The only thing I can reason is that there were some resignations involved. No. They were all temporary appointments because there was no nominations from the floor last year, so they were all appointed, so all positions came up. Thank you for the clarification. That's why there's all of the auditors. Okay, so Judy Dickerson, where's Judy? Oh, Judy. Okay, thank you.
That's why I asked.
Okay, thank you. Do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
Yes. Dan?
Christine Cook.
Christine Cook. Christine? With a C.
With a K.
With a K. Okay. Christine? Cook. Okay. We have 2 nominations. Yes, ma'am.
I would like to withdraw my nomination.
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am. Point of information.
Are the auditors going to be responsible for the book or just the numbers?
I would believe the auditor's responsibility includes the book. Okay. Now that can be worked out and spoken to with you. I'm not allowed to say. I mean, that's not my call. The auditor's job says that it involves the book. Beyond that, that's none of my business. Yes. Point of information.
The statement.
Okay. Your nominee.
I'm wondering if the 2 already elected auditors realized that when they accepted the nomination.
They're already elected. They're allowed to resign. I wouldn't do it right now, but they could resign later today. Okay. Are you still a nominee?
If they're still in, I'm still in.
They have to be in until they resign.
Well,
They can resign. Okay. Yes, sir. What? Point of information?
No, I'd like to nominate Dan Stoll.
Oh, okay.
no, I've been there, done that.
Okay. Dan Clark.
Not enough on
Okay. John Clark. Any other nominations? Seeing no other nominations, and if there are no objections, I'm going to close the nominations and request the clerk to cast 1 ballot for Kristen Cook for a 1-year term as auditor. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
What happened to Judy?
She declined. Point of order on myself. There's supposed to be a paper ballot for an auditor, although there was only 1 nomination.
It was a paper ballot.
Yes?
Clerk did it.
Oh, you did it. Yeah, okay, well, you didn't walk up. Okay, so that's good. No, theoretically, at moderator school, they say the clerk is actually supposed to walk up and put it in. Okay. We okay with that, though? Okay. Property tax collector. 1-year term. Right now, Joe Dano, if I'm correct, holds that position. Right? He holds that position. I will now entertain nominations for property tax collector. Joe Dano has been nominated. Does Joe Dano accept? He's downstairs. So, yes, we'll do it quickly. Any other nominations? Any other nominations? Okay. And seeing no other nominations, and if there's no objections, I'll instruct the clerk to cast 1 ballot for Joe Dano for property tax collector for 1-year term. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Joe Dano has been elected property tax collector for 1 year. Delinquent tax collector, 1-year term. I believe Becky Nystrom is right now the delinquent tax collector. I will now entertain nominations. Yes, ma'am.
I nominate Becky Nystrom.
Becky Nystrom has been nominated. Are there any other nominations? Seeing no other nominations. Yes, sir.
David, I got more of a question, I guess, on this.
Point of information.
Point of information. Okay. Just looking at the delinquent taxes that we have and understand how difficult it is at town meeting and in future years, I'm sure we're going to see the same thing. Would there be a benefit to a second delinquent tax collector? From what I understand, there's no cost to the town. Is that correct?
Wait a second. I think there's...
Yeah, it's a point. It's just a question. I don't know if that's appropriate this time to throw it out, and I'm not challenging the nomination.
Okay. I don't think that this is the appropriate time to discuss that.
Okay.
Because this is nominations. This is an election.
Okay.
we're not supposed to go into, job performance or anything like that during an election, or what somebody's paid, or anything like that during an election. The person can speak for themselves, but other than that, you can bring that up under other non-binding business.
And I'm not, just to be clear, I'm not challenging the job.
Right, I understand.
I'm looking for a benefit to the town if we have two positions, would that be a benefit? That's my...
Okay. Understood the question, and you can get an answer for that at a later time. Good question. Okay. So, any other nominations for Becky Nystrom? Okay, seeing no other nominations, and if there are no objections, I will close the nominations and request the clerk to cast one ballot for Becky Nystrom for delinquent tax collector. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Nice. First constable, one-year term. I believe that is held by Mitchell Putnam. I will now entertain motions. Yes, sir?
I nominate Joe Novick.
In here?
Joe Novick.
Joe Novick. N-O-V-I-K. I-C-K. N-O-V-I-C-K. Where's Joe? There's Joe. Thank you. There's Joe Novick. Yes, thank you, Gary.
I nominate Mitch Putnam.
Mitchell Putnam. Mitchell Putnam, decline?
Yep.
Mitchell Putnam has declined. Okay. Any other nominations? Seeing no other nominations, and if there are no objections, I'm going to close the nominations and request the clerk to cast one ballot for Joe Novak for a one-year first constable position. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Second constable, one-year term. I believe that's Mark Morse's position. I will now entertain nominations. Yes, ma'am.
I nominate Ryan. I can't pronounce his last name.
Ryan Hackerloss. He was elected to auditor. Can he be constable? I have to look that up. Wait, I got a sheet right here.
You can't hold that up.
Okay. I got it right here. Auditor. First constable, no, but it does not say anything about second constable. I have it right here. Appendix 5, Chart of Incompatible Offices from the Vermont League of Cities and Towns Select Board Handbook. It says first constable and auditor, no. It does not say anything about second constable. The suggestion would be, go ahead. If it's not, he will have to resign or, yes, sir. Oh, wait. That's my information. What are we discussing here? Yes? Yes, nominations. Herb, do you have a nomination?
Nominate Mark Morris.
Mark Morris. Okay, thank you. Ryan. Is he here? Mark, you here?
Mark said he didn't want it.
Okay, so there you go. Mark doesn't want it, so he has declined. Okay, yes, sir. Warren Beatty. Yes, got a thumbs up. Warren's been nominated. Okay. Any other nominations? Okay, seeing no other nominations, Brian would like to say something brief? Yes?
Yeah, I did speak to both VLCT and the state, and they did not have a problem with the second constable being an auditor.
Okay.
Just like it states in the matrix and in the state statute. I've already looked it up.
Yes, okay, that's what the cheat sheet says. Okay. Any other nominations? Okay, we can do this by voice vote. Okay. We do not need a paper ballot for this, correct? Yeah. Paper ballot. There's one person asking for a paper ballot. There's 6 other hands. Okay, good, thank you, but you don't need a paper ballot for this election. Huh? Craig Preston did, and there were 6 other hands. Craig, yeah. Okay, so, on my whiteboard, or can we remember? Ryan Hackerlots or Warren Beatty. That's with 2 R's. Warren or Ryan with 1 N? I mean, one N. Okay. Right now, got it? We're good? The ballot box is now open. Okay, we have the results of the election. We'll come to order. Come to order. Find my page. We're talking about a second constable position between Brian Hockerlotz and Warren Beatty. There was 120 total votes, which means nobody has left yet. Thank you very much. 61 needed to win. Ryan Hockerlotz with 17, Warren Beatty with 102, with 1 spoiled. Warren Beatty has won the position of second constable. 17, 1 spoiled, and 120 total. Okay, moving along. Can we get some stuff done before lunch? Town Grand Juror, 1 position, 1-year term. Margaret Bills, I believe, holds the position now. I will now entertain nominations. Nomination of Margaret Bills. Yes? Okay, I just looked at the nod that yes, it's okay. Okay, Margaret Bills has been nominated. Any other nominations? Seeing no other nominations, and if there's no objection, I am going to close the ballot box and request the clerk to cast 1 ballot for Margaret Bills for a 1-year term as Town Grand Juror. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Town Agent, 1-year term. I believe Kit Martin has that position. You nominate
Carol Mellis.
Carol Mellis has been nominated for the Town Agent position. Any other nominations? You accept? Yes? Nod? Yes. Good. Any other nominations? Seeing no other nominations, and if there's no objection, I'm going to close the ballot box and request the clerk to cast 1 ballot for Carol Mellis for a 1-year term as Town Agent. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Library Trustee, 1 5-year term. I believe this is Marjorie Holt's position. Yes?
I nominate Marge Holt. She's not here, but she said she would love to continue.
Marge would love to continue. We'd love to have her if elected. Any other nominations? Seeing no other nominations, and if there's no objection, I'm going to close the ballot box. I'm just looking at everybody's faces. And request the clerk to cast 1 ballot for Marjorie Holt for a 5-year term on Library Trustees. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. She's been elected. Cemetery Commissioner, 1 5-year term. Yes? Thank you. Charlie Marchand has been nominated. Any other nominations? Nominations, Cemetery Commission? I could say a joke, but it didn't work.
We know it's a dead-end.
Dead-end job, people are dying to get in. Okay. Any other nominations? Seeing no other nominations and no objections, I will close the ballot box and request the clerk to cast 1 ballot for Charles Marchand for a 5-year term as Cemetery Commissioner. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Great job. Okay. Moving on to Article 5.
I'm moving pass over Article 5.
Okay. Passover needs a second.
Second.
It's been moved. What's your name?
Al Howman, H-A-U-M-A-N.
H-A-U-M-A-N. Al.
2 N's.
2 N's?
Yes.
Al's been moved and seconded by David, we'll say. Okay, to pass over. This is, there's no discussion here. Kind of obvious on why we're passing it over. Does anybody have a question real quick? It's because we now have auditors. Okay, so we don't need to, we can do away with this. It requires a 2/3 vote to pass over it. A yes vote passes over. A no vote brings it up for discussion. Understood? Yes to pass over? No to bring it up for discussion. All those in favor of passing over, please raise your hand. Okay. All those not in favor of passing over, please raise your hand. I believe we have consensus. Okay, Article 5 has been passed over. Okay. Article 6 has been done with. Article 7. To see if the town will authorize its property tax collected to receive its real property taxes quarterly, August 31st, 2012, November 30th, 2012, March 1st, 2013, and May 31st, 2013. Monthly interest will be charged at the rate of 0.5%, a fraction thereof, interest of 1% or fraction thereof, plus penalties will commence on June 1st, 2013. So I will not moved by Craig. Second. Who said that? Probably Carol. Good. Discussion?
Are these dates going to remain enough time to, like they were this year?
They were given us by the tax collector.
They were given us by the tax collector this year was the answer to that question. So they should not change. And they're not on a region.
I think they change from year to year sometimes because the date, if we kept the same date as the previous year, it would fall on a weekend.
Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing no other discussion, we will now vote on the motion. Want me to read it? No? If there's no objections, I won't read it. No objections. Okay. If there's no objections to a yes vote passes the motion as written in Article 7. A no vote defeats it, and we move on from there. Okay? So, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Okay. Next, it is now 11:42. I will entertain a motion to recess until 1 o'clock when the school district meeting will convene, or we can move on to Article 8 and start it and see where we go. Huh? Move on? Nobody? Yes.
In light of new numbers for wages, these numbers will have to be changed.
Right. Okay. Yeah, we'll yes. The numbers need to be amended and explained a few times. The sheet up front, there's a sheet up front. It's a new revenue sheet for page 16 that removes grants because they were subtracted from actuals on page 13. Anyway, there's a sheet up here, and we need to discuss that, and that needs to be changed. So we'll amend these numbers from the floor as appropriate. But we want to move on? Yes? Okay. Okay. Article 8. To see if the town will vote to appropriate $419,420 to pay for the running expenses and liabilities of the town, of which $220,814 to be raised by taxation.
So moved.
Moved by Craig. Okay, I got to make lots of room here. Moved by Craig. Second by... Second? Who said second? Carol. Okay, Carol. Sorry, I didn't know who was saying that. You say second. Okay, moved and second. We will now discuss. Would somebody like to...
I want to offer an amendment.
Thank you. Okay.
That to see if the town will vote to appropriate $422,600, of which $223,994 would be raised by taxation. And the reason for
Yeah. Is there a second? That's okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second was by Carol. That was Hetty. Carol. I'll read it again. Hetty, then Carol. Okay. Now this, okay, so Hetty is now moving to amend, to create an amendment, and we'll discuss the amendment, to see whether or not the town will vote to appropriate $422,600 to pay for the running expenses of the liabilities of the town. That was 422,600, of which $223,944 is to be raised by taxation. That's 223,994. Okay? 994. 944? 994 or 944? 994. She says 994. 223,994. Okay? That's the amendment. Everybody got the amendment? It's been moved and seconded. That was Hetty and Carol. Let's discuss the amendment. And the person that made the amendment has first dibs on discussion.
Well, I was trying to find the page.
Page 15. Page 15 shows 422,600. Right here, right? 422,660 on page 15 on the bottom. And 223,994 should be on page 16. 223,994 at the middle-ish, top-ish. So those are the two numbers discussed amongst yourself.
Of course, these numbers will be amended downward somewhat because of the vote on the select board head.
Would you like to make an amendment to the amendment? Yes, what? What she said was they need to be amended down because we voted to decrease the select board pay, so that these need to be amended again. So I said that we can amend the amendment. What's 695 minus what it was?
Mr. Moderator.
Yes, sir.
I think it comes up to $1,187 that could be deducted from
11. What?
1187.
1187. Okay. So, from both. What? Both. Because we don't need to raise it. The appropriate would be lower, and then the raise by taxation would be lower. Would somebody like to make an amendment to the amendment? Yes, sir.
So moved. We amend the amendment to adjust for the select board.
Okay, so here we go. 422,600 minus 1187 equals 421,413. Okay, 223,994 minus 1187 equals 222,807. Okay, so this is amend. Yes? Yes? We need a second to the amendment to the amendment. Who said that? Fine. Mike Finnegan. Okay. Okay, so discussion. Discussion, would you like to discuss why? I mean, first of all, actually, well, we're discussing the amendment to the amendment, which is obvious on why we did it, right? So, and if we vote to, yeah, okay, well, let's vote on the amendment to the amendment first, get that to become the amendment, then we can answer the question of why the numbers were changed to begin with. Then if we decide to dispense with that amendment, the numbers up top would return to the minus 1187 because we adopted the amendment to the amendment. Does anybody have any, does anybody agree with that? Okay. The moderator rules by consent. So if everybody consents, I love it. Okay, so does anybody have any discussion on the amendment and amendment? We're going right to the vote. Going right, yes.
I don't have a calculator with me, but I came out with that the original budget for the select board was $5,500, with the 618 approved for the 4 members and 695.25 approved for the chair. I come up with a total of 3,167.25. Subtract that from the 55 budgeted.
Okay, wait. Okay, you don't have to go any further. You're saying that number's wrong. That number that I was given was wrong. So let me do it with a calculator right here. Okay, so it's supposed to be 695 minus 1,500 equals 805. Would you agree?
Forgot the quarter.
Well, can we dispense with the quarter for now? Okay. Okay, so let's do that again. 1,500 minus 695 equals 805 plus memory. Clear. Then it's 1,000 times 4, which is 4,000, right? And we're subtracting 2,400, right? 4 times 600. 618, I'm sorry. Wait, 618 times 4 equals 2,472. 2,472, that's 618 times 4. Okay, so 4,000 minus 2,472 equals 1,528 in savings. Add that to memory. Recall memory. I got 2,333. Is that what you got? Okay, it's 2,333. We need to amend the amendment. I don't know if I'm the one that's supposed to be doing this. I'm the moderator. I'm not the mathematician. Okay, so if there's no objection, can we amend the amendment without creating an issue? Okay, so let me subtract that. What was it, 2,333?
Yes.
Okay, 2,333. The new numbers are 422,600 minus 42260. That was the amendment. Minus 233 equals. No, sorry, I did something wrong because that doesn't look right. It's 422,600 minus 2,333 equals. That is 420,267. Okay. Then 223,994. 223,994 minus 2,333 equals 221,661. Any qualms? Mr. Mathematician? Okay. We will now, any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Thank you, Carol, for pointing that out. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment to the amendment, we will now vote on the amendment to the amendment. We are now amending the numbers to 420,267 to pay for the running expenses and liabilities of the town, with appropriations raised by taxes is 221,661. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. This is now the amendment. Okay, this is not the main motion. We will now discuss the amendment. Yes, sir? And the select board can explain why the numbers went up from what was warned. Yes, sir?
That's what I want to know. Why did the numbers
We're
go
getting
up?
there. Okay. That's good.
Because when we first did it, how's this? Have we got it now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. It was a simple mistake that we had added a day to our bookkeeper's week and had not added the salary in here. She went from 2 to 3 days a week. And the reason it's right on the tables and not on here is because we took a substitute page into the printer and it didn't get into the book.
Further discussion on the amendment to the motion. Okay, seeing no further discussion, we will now vote on the amendment to the main motion. Yes, ma'am?
Seems like I could withdraw that amendment at this point.
No, don't, because the numbers are different.
Okay.
No, because when this becomes the main motion, then we're going to talk about the budget. Okay, then we're going to talk about the actual numbers, etc., what's in the book or whatever you guys want to do. Okay, so no further discussion. We're now going to vote on the amendment to make this the main motion. Everybody getting this? Good. Okay, So, the amendment is to make the main motion the 420-267 and 221-661, right? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Okay, the ayes, I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Okay, so now we have a motion on the floor to see if the town will vote to appropriate 420-267 to pay for the running expenses and liabilities of the town, of which 221-661 is to be raised by taxation. The town general fund is on page 11 to 17. Any discussion? Yes, sir.
Mr. Moderator, if I can explain to the town a little bit the additions that you're seeing under emergency management and under the forest fire, town constable, and the fire department. There are some handouts up here if you need to, but right now if you look on page 13 down at the constable line, you'll see that the constable line went from $845 up to $1,000. And that would be $155 for time and mileage. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay. Emergency management. What you're not seeing is you're not seeing three different line items. We have a supplies line item that we've been working off of. Currently it's at $500. We're asking to boost that to $5,000. What that would do is that would put $2,350 in for 5 portable radios. During Irene, we ran into a problem where we did not have ample communication. We put $30 in for yellow caution tape. We've also got $2,620 in for a generator and a transfer switch. The building that you're sitting in right now does not have a generator. When the power goes out, the town can't provide heat or shelter for the residents. We've also got, currently in the budget, there's a $1,000 line item for training. We're asking to have that boosted up to $2,000. For that money, what we're doing is providing stipends for training for the firefighters and also for individuals willing to take basic life support training so that we can supplement the rescue services provided by Rescue Inc. Also, in the budget, in the line item, we have a line for emergency services. Right now, that is at $0. We're asking for it to be boosted to $4,000. During Irene, we found that we needed to pay the emergency responders. We need to bring in food for the emergency responders so that they could eat. We had a couple of people in the town that we needed to provide shelter for. They were not town residents, but they were here in Townshend camping, and they couldn't get out. There are also other emergency response needs that during an emergency comes up. You need X amount to pay for fuel for a truck. You need extra supplies. If the $4,000 isn't used, what we would be doing is adding that to the generator and the transfer switch so that you have approximately $6,620 for this town building to have a generator and transfer switch. Under the forest fire line, you can see it bumped from $0 to $3,500. We're now approaching the dangerous stage of the year, and unfortunately, this budget takes effect July 1. So any forest fire that happens between now and when the trees leaf out, we don't have anything in the budget to pay for. And then the pound keeper right now is running off of a $500 stipend. He's been paying a lot. Any food that the animals need, any of his time and mileage, he's been taking off on his own goodwill, and we're asking to bump that to $1,500. Now that gives a total of $14,655. I'm going to get back to that. If we go to page 14 and look at the fire department, you'll see in the communications line for the fire department, there's $4,730. What we're trying to do is boost that up to $5,000. That will allow the fire department to pick up 6 portable radios so that when they're responding to a scene, they can talk back and forth. When a firefighter is on the other side of the building, they're not having to shout. They can get their messages across. This is life safety. It's expensive, but it's life safety. We also have $574.50 in to reprogram the radios in the fire trucks and in the fire station, because as of January 1, 2013, the FCC is taking all the frequencies down to a smaller band. So we need to pay to have all of those reprogrammed. At the same time, we're going to try to work out so that when the radio shop comes over to reprogram the fire department radios, they can reprogram the radios for the town equipment and save you $60 a trip. There's also $1,605.50 for repairs for the radios and the pagers. Because again, if the pagers don't work for the fire department, when they're called out, if they don't hear the call, they're not responding. If you look at the new equipment line, you'll see that the new equipment line went from $500 to $11,500. What that does for the fire department is it would add, there's $1,404 in there for 27 pairs of gloves, so that the gloves are capable of taking them into a building, capable of standing outside in cold weather, so that you're not putting their hands at risk. There's $3,105 for 27 pairs of boots to replace the equipment. And there's $6,451 for a propane generator that wouldn't be installed permanent. So if it needs to move from one building to another, it could move. But this will also allow your fire department to have a warm place to come back to shelter them during an incident. You'll notice that the vehicle repair line went from $2,500 up to $3,000. We're going to leave $2,250 in the existing vehicle repair line, and we're wanting to put $750 in so that on the pumper there's a pull-out tray for one of the water pumps. A portable pump right now, it has the potential of causing some back problems. There have been some sprains from firefighters trying to lift the pump in and out of the vehicle. So a $750 tray, that's an estimate from Glenn, would help get that in there without causing back strain. And then the new equipment for the fire truck line, you'll see that it went from $1,000 to $3,555, and that would provide $350 for 10 ANSI Class 2 traffic vests, $800 for 100 hazmat-capable flares, so that if you're at an accident scene, you don't have to worry about, am I going to drop this in something that's going to ignite it? There's $576 for 8 additional road signs. There's $144 to upgrade the first aid kits in the fire trucks. Going back to hazmat capability, sometimes you have to be able to read those small placards on the back of a truck that's rolled over in the ditch. There's $280 that would buy a pair of binoculars for each of the 4 trucks so they could see them from a greater distance. And finally, there's $405 for 3 light bars so that the captains and lieutenants, as they respond, wouldn't pick up a traffic ticket. Now, I know that there's a difference between want to have and have to have, and this is a lot of money. If you've got to cut something, cut the $14,655 from the first page. Don't cut the fire department.
You done, Dave? You done? I'm done. Okay, yes. 12 o'clock, any further discussion? Yes, sir.
I have a question on
Loud, the fire's going off.
All right. I have a question on the generator proposal for this building, place of assembly. Does this qualify as a place to bring people back to with state of Vermont for occupying it? Whether it's during the day for members or whether it's an overnight?
At this point, once the fire doors are put in place, we've got some additions that are happening to bring this building back up to code for fire code. And it's my understanding that yes, this would certify, this would qualify for a place of occupancy.
And that's been approved by the state of Vermont Fire Marshal?
That has been approved by the state of Vermont Fire Marshal.
Generators, three-phase requirement, you can cover the whole building?
No, the generator that I spec'd out was single phase. It would not cover the whistle you just heard.
So the fire alarm system is complete, the one you have in the building?
The fire alarm system is complete.
Really?
Well, and that's what we're hearing.
Well, from the state of Vermont, they don't have a sticker on it. The assistant fire marshal hasn't been in to inspect it. So right now, it's still not finished. It's probably been paid for, but it's not, the fine line has been signed.
And I appreciate that knowledge, and we will get back with the state and make sure that it's certified.
Further discussion?
Yeah, quite a few years ago, the town purchased a generator that was on a trailer. Do we still have that?
Quite a few years ago, the town purchased a generator that's on a trailer. Do we still have that generator?
Yeah, it was a big generator.
It was a big generator. The generator is gone?
They sold it as surplus equipment.
They sold it as surplus equipment.
The generator that you're speaking of was a big Army surplus generator?
Yeah, it was about 6 or 8 years ago.
6 or 8 years ago, and unfortunately it sat outside.
That was not purchased by the town, that big one. That was given to the town. Because it would not run at the time the town had it given to it.
Everybody hear that? It was given to the town because it was not running at the time it was given to the town. Yes, sir.
Just a question, I guess, and a point of clarification would be, you're talking about a generator, a propane generator for the firehouse that's portable, and in the needs, why wouldn't that be appropriate to bring down here if you need it at the town hall? Instead of having two, if we have a portable generator, you go back.
It would be.
I don't know, I wasn't in part of the making.
It would be appropriate to bring it down here. However, if both buildings are out of electricity, you need one there at the fire department, which is why I'm offering, it'd be nice to have one for both of them. I can't lie to you. I'd like to have one for more of the buildings in town. But I also know that you have to be fiscally responsible. And that's why I'm saying I'm bringing you $14,655 that you can cut. Because it's my tax dollars too. And between the time that we drafted this budget and now, there have been several months go by. Is there any place at the fire station now? Is there a manual transfer switch already set up? One set up there? Cover necessity stuff? There is an older generator there that is, I've seen it occasionally run. And that's about the transfer switch. And the transfer switch, I would have to defer to the fire department.
Yeah, the transfer switch is in the main box inside the door.
Yeah, I think it's set up and it does the dire necessities of so basically you need a portable generator. A portable generator.
Yes, in the back.
Is it appropriate for a member of the assembly to request that we recess now?
Absolutely. It's a privileged motion.
That's a
And
motion.
everything else stops. But you need to adjourn to a fixed time. So I'll help you and say that we should not adjourn. We should recess with a pending question on the floor. Needs to be seconded. Seconded. There's no debate allowed. The suggestion is to recess until after the school district meeting. Right? Everybody agree? It just needs a majority. All those in favor of adjourning, of recessing, we're not adjourning, we're recessing with a pending question on the floor to reconvene after the school district meeting, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. Please say thank you. We are now in recess. Please say thank you till after the school district meeting. The school district meeting starts at 1 o'clock, but then we can't set a time for the reconvene of the town meeting because we don't know when that's going to be over. So we just leave it open per se to after the school district meeting. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock for the school district meeting, but that's a whole different meeting. Please say thank you to Grace Cottage Hospital for the lunch, and please, all elected officials, come down to the Lister's office downstairs to be sworn in. Enjoy your lunch. It is 1:01 by my watch. We'll come to order for the Townshend School District Annual Meeting. Testing, is this working? Is it working? Okay, well then let's come to order so we can move on. Okay, first of all, I'd like to wish the Leland and Gray girls varsity basketball team good luck on their first playoff game against Rivendell. Go Rebels! Woo! Okay, warning. The legal voters of the town of Townshend, the county of Windham, and the state of Vermont are hereby notified and warned to meet at 1 p.m. in the town hall in said town of Townshend on the first Tuesday of March 6, 2012, to transact the following businesses and act upon the following articles. If there's no objection, I will not read the whole warning. Is there any objection to me reading the warning? I'm supposed to, but I'd rather than not. You can see it in front of you. Okay, let me just explain something that happened with the printer. I don't have my book in front of me. But they left off page numbers, if you notice on the bottom. And we may be saying, trying to explain where stuff is. So if you look at, there is actually a table of contents that has page numbers. Okay? So, page 31 is actually where the warning starts. The first yellow page, the front that says Townshend, town of, whatever, the first page is 29, then the table of contents is 30, and then 31 is the warning, first page of the warning, and so on and so forth. You may number the pages if you so wish, so that you can refer to pages if you want. Okay? Okay, does that make sense? Table of contents is page 30, first page of warning is 31. No, the yellow, that first yellow one with that picture on it is 29. No, forget about the white pages. Don't look at the white pages because it doesn't match up with the white pages. The printer totally messed it all up. So in order for the table of contents to make sense, that front first yellow page with the picture on it is 29. The table of contents is 30. The first page of the warning is 31, and so on and so forth. Does that make sense? Okay, moving on. Article 1, to elect a moderator for a term of 1 year. I will now entertain nominations. David Lebo has been nominated for moderator one-year term. Do I hear any other nominations? Seeing no other nominations, I'm allowed to do this myself. Okay. Seeing no other nominations, and there's no objection, I'll close the nominations and have the clerk cast one ballot for David Lebo for moderator for 1-year term for the school district. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Thank you very much. Article 2, to accept the reports of the school directors as presented in the July 1st, 2010, June 30th, 2011 auditor's report. It's been moved. Craig? Second? Second, Mike? Okay. Discussion. Is there any discussion on the auditor's report? Seeing no discussion, yes votes will accept the auditor's report, and a no vote doesn't. All those in favor to accept the auditor's report, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Article 3. To elect school directors for the following terms. You got 1 3-year term until 2015, 2 1-year terms until 2013, and we got 1 3-year term for a Leland Gray director until March 2015. We will entertain nominations for the 1 3-year term, for the elementary school. For the elementary school. This is David Giesendorf's position, I believe. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I nominate Al Clausen for the 3-year position.
Al Clausen. Is Al here? He was. Oh, he's there. All right, he was right there. All right, you okay? Okay? Okay. Anybody else? There was another hand? Thought I saw another hand. And the wife's okay with it? Okay, seeing no other nominations, and if there's no objection, we'll close the nominations and have the clerk cast 1 ballot for Al Clausen for a 3-year term on the elementary school board. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Congratulations. Now we'll do a 1-year term. We'll call this Kimberly Lebo's position. I will now entertain nominations for a 1-year term on the elementary school board.
I nominate Kimberly Lebo.
Okay. Yeah, do I get a chance? Kim, do you accept?
I accept.
Great. So, any other nominations? Seeing no other nominations, and if there's no objections, we'll close the nominations and have the clerk cast 1 ballot for Kimberly Lebo for a 1-year term on the elementary school board. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. I'm cooking for a while. Another 1-year term. This was Ellie Lemire's position that Al Clausen was filling. So now we have a 1-year term for the elementary school board. I will now entertain nominations. Yes, sir.
Nominate Holly Hockerboss.
Holly, is she here? I know. Oh, she's here. Yes? You got a yes? Okay. Holly Hockerboss is nominated for a 1-year term. Anybody else? Yes?
I'd like to nominate Brian Schmidt.
Brian Schmidt. Is he here?
He's not.
Right, but I've heard that he's okay with that. Okay. Any other nominations? Okay, seeing no other nominations, I will close the nominations. And then we want to have 7 hands for paper ballot. I assume we need a paper ballot. See,
You've got 2 people, you've got to have a paper ballot.
I don't know if that's true. But, okay. Paper ballot okay with everybody? Okay. Paper ballot. You want my board? My board? We have Holly or Brian? Brian Schmidt or Holly Hockerlots for a 1-year term on the school board. Holly or Brian? We good? We good. Holly or Brian? Ballot box is now open. Okay, we have results of the election. Total number of votes is 82. 42 votes is needed to win. Holly, 21. Brian, 61. Brian Schmidt has won the 1-year term to the elementary school board. I will now entertain nominations for the 3-year term for Leland Gray school director. Are there any nominations? Yes, sir.
I nominate Arthur Monet.
I was decorating.
Okay. Mike Goins is not here, but I understand he would do it. Yeah. Okay, he's been told that he would do it. director. Are there any other nominations? Yes, sir.
Nominate Craig Hunt.
Respectfully decline.
Should be right this time. Craig, Klein, Art, Klein. Then we got Mike. Okay, any other nominations? Yes, sir.
Nominate Christina Wright.
I respectfully decline.
Christina Wright. Any other nominations? Seeing no other nominations, and if there's no objection, I will close nominations and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Michael Dolan for a 3-year term to the Leland Gray School Director position until March 2015. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Okay, we would like to suspend the rules right now, and if there's no objection, I would like to suspend the rules right now to have the school board director she has something to say.
Is this on? Everybody can hear me? I just wanted to take a moment to thank David Diesendorf for his many years of service on our Townshend District School Board. He's been an extremely dedicated and hardworking board member who's put in timeless hours for the betterment of our school. He's been a strong voice during a lot of our contractual negotiations. He's been very instrumental in representing us at Wyndham Central Supervisory Union, and he's worked very hard to improve our school for our children and for the future. And I just wanted to thank David for all his time and wish him best of luck in his new role as a select person.
Thank you for your past service and your future service. Okay, Article 4, to elect the school district treasurer for a term of 1 year. I will, Anita Bean is the current school district treasurer, and I'll now entertain nominations. Anita Bean has been nominated. Anita, you downstairs? Knock on the floor if you agree. So she says okay? She's okay with that? Okay. Any other nominations for school district treasurer? Seeing no other nominations, and there's no objection, I will close the nominations and have the clerk cast one ballot for Anita Bean for school district treasurer for a term of 1 year. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Article 5. To see what salaries the Townsend School District will approve for town school district officers. The treasurer, $1,790, and the school directors, $300 each, for a total of $1,500. I'll entertain a motion. It's been moved. Is there a second? Second. Okay. It's been moved and seconded. We will now discuss it. I will just throw out there that this appears to be no change from last year. Okay, looking back at last year. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, we're ready for the question. Okay. It's been moved and seconded that we pay salaries to the Townshend School District officers, treasurer, $1,790, and school directors, $300 each, for a total of $1,500. All those in favor of this motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. And the motion passes. Article 6, to see if the town school district will approve to raise $10,000 by taxation for deposit in the school capital expenditures fund.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to move to pass over this article.
It's been moved to pass over the article. Thank you. Moved and seconded. There's no debate. Does somebody want an explanation, or just move on? Yes, we do want an explanation. A brief explanation, please, sir, on your motion to pass over.
The Townshend School Board did not put any money in to the budget for school capital expenditures fund, and so therefore we're just moving this off the docket as a placeholder. So there's no money there for it. Even if we discussed it, it's not in the budget. And unfortunately, it clouds the works, but it leaves it here on the warning for future need.
Okay, there's no discussion, so it needs a 2/3 vote to pass over. That's, I guess, need a show of hands. All those in favor of passing over Article 6, please raise your hand. Okay, I'm not going to count. All those opposed to passing over, please raise your hand. I believe the passover is happened. Okay, we will pass over Article 6. Pass over hands. Article 7. To see if the Townshend School District will approve $1,310,501 for the running expenses and liabilities of the school.
So moved.
Who's that? Kathy?
Second.
Second, Dorang. You get it out first. Okay, it's been moved in second. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, there's a motion on the floor to see if the Townshend School District will approve $1,310,501 for running expenses and liabilities at the school. A yes vote passes the motion, a no vote defeats it. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes, I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Moving along. Article 8. Shall the voters of the town school district authorize the school directors to borrow money in anticipation of revenue? Greg moved it. Ryan second. Moved and seconded to see if the school directors to borrow money in anticipation of revenue. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, the motion is to see whether or not the Townshend School District shall authorize the school directors to borrow money in anticipation of revenue. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those against, please say no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Article 9. Shall the voters of the Townshend School District authorize the school directors to spend unanticipated funds, such as grants or gifts, that may be received by the school district for school purposes? Ryan? Second, Greg. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, the motion is, shall the voters of the Townshend School District authorize the school directors to spend unanticipated funds such as grants or gifts that may be received by the district for school purposes. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. To set the date and time, Article 10, to set the date and time of the annual meeting of the Townshend School District for the first Tuesday of March in the year 2013 at 1 p.m.
So moved.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to have the school district meeting again at 1 o'clock the first Tuesday of March in the year 2013, which happens to be Tuesday, March 5th. Yes, sir. Discussion.
Yeah, I'm Rick Agee, for those of you who don't care. Basically, once upon a time, when it was decided that we had to have a completely separate school district meeting, determined by times, in the morning. Originally, it was planned that the school district board and the select board would rotate the morning meeting. We have lost that. Look at this crowd. Look at the amount of people you had here this morning. By writing this motion the way you have, I cannot amend it for next year. I would have to amend it for the year after, because it is already warned as meeting 1 o'clock next March. All I could do is vote no, and if everybody voted no, then you'd have to hold a special meeting to decide when you were going to meet next year. So rather than amending this, or even attempting to confuse the matter, I'm going to remind the school board that the original intent was to rotate the meetings and request that next year, when they write up the motions, they simply write to determine the next day and time of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess school board and select board have to have a power. Okay. Any further discussion? Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, we'll set the date and time of the next annual meeting of this Townshend School District for the first Tuesday of March in the year 2013 at 1 p.m. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. To transact any other non-binding business to properly come before this meeting. Yes, sir. Ricky. We don't need a motion for that. Go ahead. Non-binding business, sir?
I'm still the same old person.
Yes.
Okay. I would appreciate it if the school board would brief the audience on the rural education district, including the latest item being studied, that being closing the schools except for Newbrook and building a brand new elementary school. I think it behooves the board to give people an idea of what process is happening, so it doesn't catch everybody off guard like it did Brookline.
Rick is asking about the rural school, what is it called? Rural RED, Rural Education District. And does somebody want to speak to that? Wait, one of the Leland and Gray School District officers, Joe Winrick, so he's on the Leland and Gray board from Townshend, will give a short presentation. Who? Oh, we have two representatives on this. On the committee study. Joe will explain.
Actually, I'm on the Red Committee as a member of Townshend, because the towns there are 5 towns that have actually voted to study whether or not a regional education district is a good idea or a bad idea for these towns. Leland and Gray is actually by law prevented from entering into this discussion, because one of the consequences of this regional education district would quite possibly be the end of the Leland and Gray Union School District, and it would become a K-12 Union or a K-12 Red. Right now, the study is really preliminary. The proposal that was mentioned is one of several things that the members of the Red Committee are looking at, and right now there's actually very little to tell you other than it's actually been proposed that there would be a new elementary school built somewhere in the 5 towns. There's another town that's not in the Red Study Committee that's expressed some very preliminary interest in joining that, Wardsboro. But again, that's very, very preliminary. And that's certainly not the only thing that's been looked at or will be looked at by the Red Study Committee. Right now, having said this, I would encourage anybody who's interested in this to come to the meetings. They're the first Wednesday of every month, usually 7 o'clock, usually Leland and Gray. And you would be able to learn a lot more. But right now, I could address a specific question, I guess, but it's really preliminary. We haven't looked at the financial impact of this. We haven't looked at realistically where it would go. It was a proposal brought to us by the members of the Jamaica contingent that said, we think this is something we ought to look at. The rest of the towns did agree that that was one possibility that might make sense, but there were a lot of questions raised as to whether it would or would not work as a solution. And, given the statute that's asking towns to look at this kind of stuff and sort of the rumblings you hear from the state education level saying that consolidation could very well be forced upon us, it made sense to look at, maybe setting the rules of consolidation for ourselves.
Now, if I hear correctly, when you're talking about the consolidated school system, it would eliminate the elementary schools in each town, combine them into one district that would include both elementary and high school? Is that what I'm hearing?
That's one of the that's one of the alternatives. There's another one where there would be a couple of elementary schools and a high school. Again, that's all sort of very in flux right now as the Red Committee discusses possible options.
If I'm hearing correctly, then it would be up to the board that's working on this to propose to the town that either we have one central elementary school or we have 4 schools that are more centrally located or something like that.
Right.
So it's very flexible.
The Red Study Committee would study all the alternatives, present one or possibly more alternatives then to each town, and then each town would get to vote as to whether they supported or didn't support the proposal of the Red Study Committee. Once that was done, then I'm fuzzy as to how it actually gets put into play because we haven't gone that far down the road in the research yet.
Joe, what are the names of the 5 towns?
Wyndham, Newfane, Brookline, Jamaica, and Townshend. Little Grace Honey? No. We can't.
Is there any sort of time frame?
We probably need, we've been meeting for 7 months, and we probably need at least that long before we even have preliminary suggestions as to where we're going to go. It's a really slow process, and it's a whole lot of viewpoints and opinions. There's no statutory time frame. It's kind of, when we get to the point, and at each point we kind of say, okay, is it worth continuing with this? Is this still a good idea? And so far the answer has been yes.
So what's the motivation, overall motivation?
Well, there are some tax advantages, and I would need my cheat sheet to tell you how many, 2, 3 years?
2 or 3 years, we would be getting potential tax cut tax break as they bring the school spending in line with everybody, as everybody's taxes outside of the common level of approval, as everybody's taxes come up to the same number. But we've been trying to focus on the benefits to the students, because obviously if there aren't any benefits to the students, then we didn't want to even go down this road. But the benefits to the students would be some of the increased programs that we'd be able to present and provide to them, while at the same time maintaining a fiscal responsibility. And that's, for some of the smaller towns, you start getting into, do they have an adequate, not only do they have an adequate class size, but do they have an adequate class size so that the students, while they're learning, they're also learning social responsibility and the social soft skills that they need to survive whenever they get out of a 3-member classroom. Which, of course, some of them, if there are 3 people in a classroom, then they may have 3 grades, 4 grades being taught by the same teacher. So it would give them more friends their own age. It would give them better programming. However, we also have to look at what it's going to do for the transportation, what it's going to do with the reduced voting, because right now the 5 towns and Leland and Gray all get 3 votes at WCSU. Whereas if this were to come to fruition, as the current statute states, and unless we can get articles of agreement and incorporation designed to give us more, it would bring, instead of us having 18 votes at the WCSU table, we would get 3. These 5 towns would get 3 votes. and it shifts the entire balance of power within WCSU. So that's one of the issues that we're looking at. Fiscal responsibility is one of the issues. But really, for us, it's in declining enrollment, how do we make sure that we're providing the quality programs that our children deserve without breaking the backs of the taxpayers? And while I've got the floor, the next meeting of the Rural Education District is on March 21, a Wednesday, at 7 p.m. at Leland and Grove.
Thank you. Any other non-binding business? Yes, sir.
I'd like to respectfully urge the members of the board and the newly elected members to take a serious look at the library budget for the school. At just under $10,000, the town is already paying to have a library, and a lot of the other rural communities are looking at combining these school libraries with the town libraries. So we've got approximately $46,000 and change we're spending on a town library, and another nearly $10,000 we're spending on a school library. There could be some overlap and room for savings that I'd like to see the board explore.
Thank you. Yes.
Long, long ago, when we put the addition on this school, we wanted to use, or the group wanted to use the town library as the school library, because we said the books
Which they had been doing.
And, you know, they got a crossing guard and off they went. And the state said, no, you have to have the library in the school.
Okay. She said basically that they used to go to the library, they used to bring them from the elementary school down to the library, but the state said you can't do that. That's something the board needs to look into over the next year. Yes, sir.
There are other local towns doing that, to include Jamaica, that's closed their school library and migrated everything over to their town library. There are ways to do this.
Okay. Further discussion? Non-binding business? Seeing no further non-binding business, I'll entertain a motion for adjournment.
Second.
Joe, Christine. It's been moved and seconded. This was a majority vote to adjourn. We're adjourning until next year at 1 o'clock, first Tuesday. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Thank you very much. We'll take a 5-minute break to roll things over, and we'll continue the town meeting. Okay, let's bring it to order and move back to the town meeting where we left off. Select board, we'll wait for them to migrate up front. It's been requested that the select board uses a microphone when they speak by the TV crew. Just so you know. Okay. Oh gee, where were we? Okay. We were on Article 8. Okay. I call to order the town meeting. And we are right now on Article 8 with a pending motion on the floor. The motion reads, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $420,267 to pay for the running expenses and liabilities of the town, of which $221,661 is to be raised by taxation. That's where we left off, and we're still in the discussion phase of the motion. I just want to make sure. Yes, I'm correct. Everybody okay? Yes, I got nods. Yes, sir. Kit, continue discussion, please.
After listening to your explanation and all the monies, David, I wondered if you could simplify that for us and perhaps give us a number that could be, this budget could be reduced by, taking into consideration the wants versus the needs. Because I think that, as we've talked before, that there's a lot of, I hesitate to use the word fat, but there's a lot of things in there that are really wants and it would be really nice to have, but aren't necessarily really priority needs for this point in time. And my vision is with not just the town's budgetary and economic condition, but everything else and what's on the horizon, that we really have to tighten our belts and look at what we really, really need versus what we want.
Further discussion? Dave, you want to respond? Or?
I'm going to respond in just a second.
Okay.
That burning smell you're hearing.
You need a calculator?
Is my brain. Okay.
Microphone, please, sir.
If the town was to not spend the $14,655, it would make the motion to appropriate $405,612 for the running expenses and liabilities of the town, of which
I have a calculator.
it looks like at first blush it would be 209,228, but let me double check that second.
Give me the numbers, Dave. I got 221, 661, and what are we subtracting?
$14,655.
I got 207,006. 207,006. Let me do that again. 221,661 minus, say that again.
14,655.
I got 207,006 again. 207,006. Want me to do that first number? 420,267 minus 14 what? Sorry.
14,655.
655. That's 405,612. You got the first number right. Okay, now, there's no amendment here. Nobody's made an amendment. That was just an informational point that I don't know if answered your question, but if we were to take out all 14,000, that's what the numbers would be. Yes, sir.
So 14,655, you're mixing everything from the fire department and public safety, or just public safety?
It would be just the public safety. It would not be the fire department additional expenses.
Okay. Still discussing the main motion, no amendment. Yet, Art, and then up front, hang on.
I just want to, if we made that motion with that 14,655, I mean, is it guaranteed that that money comes out of that particular budget?
Yes, it is guaranteed that money would come out of that particular program. And I'm sure the newly elected auditors would help to guarantee that that money comes out of that particular program.
Yes, yes. No, actually, yes. Yeah.
With all due respect, is the rest of the select board on board with this proposal?
Is the select board on board with what? There's no motion on the floor. What?
With the
suggestion to remove the $14,000.
So it's up to the voters, you guys.
The budget we have presented here is what we came up with as the best budget we could. We support all of it as it is here.
I support the budget. Wait. Yes. Okay.
Can I do us?
Yes.
I'm just curious, David, because part of this is things that you found we were lacking because of the Hurricane Irene situation. And God forbid we have to deal with that situation again anytime soon. But if these are all things we're lacking, doesn't it make sense to start purchasing some of these items, like making a place in town for people to go if they need to leave their homes? Because right now we have no place for anybody to go. Is that correct?
Right now we have $500 in the budget for supplies. And so if people needed a place to go, for example, during a fire or during a flood, if people can't use their home and they need a place to go, we also have agreements for the bed and breakfast in the town that will give us as low a rate as they can afford to help us put up residents on a short-term basis to cover that. And I agree, it would be nice to have this, but it gets back to the will of the voters.
I understand. I just don't
If
think
you need,
if we never start putting money aside or starting to purchase some of these things, we'll never have what we need for the emergency if it happens.
Okay. Further discussion. I'm going to start over here and then we'll rotate around.
Isn't the 221,661
Right?
$163,000 less than what was raised by taxation last year? Or am I wrong?
I have that number. Last year we raised by taxation 384,787.2.
And this year we're asking for 221.
221.
Shield of me.
Okay. Good. Good point. Wait, I was going around. There's somebody behind you. Yes.
I've got a question. I mean, I don't hear any discussion of Leland and Gray not be used or some of the buildings at Grace Cottage for people that have been displaced.
Leland and Gray is on the Red Cross list as an emergency shelter. However, they do not have a generator, so they don't have the electrical capabilities to do that. They have a small generator that will run some of their computer equipment, but they don't have a large enough generator to allow us to put bodies in there and keep them warm. Also, Leland and Gray functions as a school, and so we can't operate an emergency shelter while school is in session. The same problem is with Townshend Elementary. Townshend Elementary could be used. It does not have a generator. It also is a small school. It also, the footprint of it, we've looked at that, putting a generator on there, and even putting a propane generator there isn't enough space on the footprint for you to safely situate a generator on that footprint, which means that you would be having personnel without heat or without power. Now, if the center of town has power and people outside outlying areas lose power, then we could use the town hall. This would be a great building for an emergency shelter. Matter of fact, in our long-range plans, this is where we are planning to put the emergency shelter. But again, it gets back to when life really goes bad and we lose power elsewhere. Also, to use the schools, the town would need a memorandum of understanding with the Board of Leland and Gray and with the school district board to make sure that we can use those properties. And then you have to work out the fine details of who's going to pay for what. So as part of that is emergency shelter, we would also be bringing in the Red Cross, which has a different layer on it. So yes, we've looked at all of these different buildings, and while they're capable of being used, it's the implementation of it, and it would be faster and cheaper to implement it within this building.
Okay, we've got lots of hands over here. And Art first in the back, I'll work my way forward.
Just one thing I'd like to just say for the record is that I've lived here my whole life, and I know the money's not a big job object here to some people, but I've never in my life seen a situation where people were burnt out or where there's a disaster where the rest of us didn't take care of them. We didn't charge them a penny. So I just want for people to remember that. Because I've never, my whole life, I've never seen anyone that wasn't in a place not have a place to go, not receive overwhelming help from their community. Whether it's in Townshend or Newfane or in this valley, people come from everywhere to help each other. As far as this placement, I believe you said there were 6 people last year during Irene that needed shelter. None of them lived here. They worked from here. None of found it without me even knowing it. So I just hope that people keep that stuff in mind while we're spending money. I think it's not a lot of money, but at the same time, Irene was an unusual event. I've been, as I said, I've been here my whole life. I've not seen too many unusual events like that. So I hope you keep that in mind if you're trying to be fiscally conservative.
Okay, hang on, wait. And who was the person that raised their hand really early? Is it Ryan? Okay. And Ryan? Ryan? Okay. Go ahead, Ryan. I don't know. Go ahead and speak, and then we'll come forward. But you guys are running at you 2 times per whatever. Okay, per article. Go ahead.
This all came about because we wanted to cut a little bit of fat out of the budget. What some people call fat, some of the rest of us call insulation. We had kind of an issue with Irene that pointed out that we had bigger problems than we thought with a number of things, and I'd welcome the public to join the town at some of our emergency management meetings in the future. We sent people out to do some things, and people volunteered to do some things that were not necessarily safe. And if things had gone sideways with some of the things that we were doing to help people, it could have gotten a lot worse with liability. So when we're talking about we need a little bit of money in the budget for things like radios, you can't be sending out a 1- or 2-man rescue operation when we're getting calls from the EOC that, and this is true, less than 6 hours into that storm, somebody called up the town's emergency operations center and said, I'm out of food and potable water. 6 hours in. Not everybody takes the time to plan for things. The town has the ability to do that. And when we don't have some very basic things like safety equipment, because the town says we're not going to spend money on communications and safety equipment, I don't call that fat, I call that basic preparedness. Some of these things are things we should be doing in our own homes, and that extends to things we need to do for each other in the town, in the form of some of that emergency management money right there. There's plenty of other things, and I'm not going to get into it, but you want to cut money, take a look at some of the road maintenance. Take a look at some of the other programs. You got other things you can do to cut money, but when you start talking about rescue equipment, life-saving equipment, and the ability for the people in town to volunteer to help each other when there is a problem, that's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, and we just spent $1,300,000 in less than 45 minutes at the last meeting, and nobody even brought up anything on that. The $14,000 here, communications was one of the biggest things that we dealt with through this whole storm. People were cut up and isolated. Yeah, they could watch out for each other, but after a point in time there, they couldn't. So a lot of this stuff, you can call it fat, or you can just call it your basic. We're using it as fat, saying that there's a certain amount of fire equipment that we'd like to see definitely not get cut. But I don't think anybody on the board for emergency management services would want to see any of this, including the generators, cut. I mean, I think this is something that we have to look towards. I mean, we've had some really bad ice storms in the past. Things have gone wrong. I think that planning is one of the biggest things that we can do, one of the cheapest things that we can do. Once the items have been, once we've got a generator to be able to at least get power here and at the fire station, things of that nature, I cannot see as something that I would like to see cut. So, just like to keep that in mind.
No comment.
You already spoke. What do you got to say?
I just feel a need to respond because I think Brian was looking at me and it wasn't necessarily even the emergency management stuff. I think that I'd be the last person to oppose spending money on anything that is needed, whether it's rescue or whatever. I'd like to bring to the point to the board, and part of what I'll be next year, is I still think that we have a responsibility to tighten our belts where we can. And I wasn't part of the budget process, I don't know where I can, and that was my question to David. But I'll tell you, in my business, and I wish I didn't have to do confidentiality, but I know some of your friends and neighbors that call me up and have me sell grandma's table or grandma's kitchen because their taxes are due. I know some of your friends and neighbors that can't go down here to the store and pay $4 for a loaf of bread because they don't have the money. And I know the tax basis, I've worked in it in years and I know how it works. I think we have a responsibility to them, because I think they're in an emergency situation in today's economic values. And I think that, believe me, there's a lot of things that need money. The question was, is there anything that doesn't need money so your neighbor can go buy bread or doesn't have to sell grandpa's table? And it's a reality, it's a fact. I can prove it. And I think we have a responsibility to those people when we do budgets for the government of the town.
Yeah. The last civil, I think they weren't sure where the water was supplied for this town, this town building. Is it from a high school?
Yes.
So we're going to cover that. That's just a point. Point in order to make that. And the other question, I think I answered myself. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Still wrong. Any further discussion? Yes, sir.
I would just like to point out the total to be raised in taxes on page 16. If you look at actual fiscal year 2011, $463,000. Last year, $384,000. This year, $222,000. I think they're doing everything in their powers to be fiscally responsible, and we should just close the discussion here.
Are you making a motion to close discussion? Not before. Yes, make a motion. Well, okay, so it takes 2/3 vote to end discussion. So we have a main motion on the floor, and it's been moved to close discussion. 2/3 vote, we'll do hands. Oh, you need a second? Second, okay, thank you, thank you. It was, pick one, who seconded? Paul, second. All those in favor of closing discussion, please raise your hand. Opposed? 2/3 majority, we will close discussion. We will now vote on the main motion. The main motion that we're voting on is to see if the town will vote to appropriate $420,267 to pay for the running expenses and liabilities of the town, of which $221,661 to be raised by taxation. That's the numbers I got. Yes? Yes. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Okay. Article 9. To see if the town will vote to appropriate $811,060 for the running expenses and liabilities of maintaining the town roads, of which $698,060 is to be raised by taxation.
So moved.
So moved to move. Steve, what? Mine says 811,060 and 698,060. Does anybody have a different number? Is that what number's in your warning? Yes. Yes. Okay, Steve up here has moved. Is there a second? Second by Nason. Okay, we're going to speak twice, guys. We're going to speak twice to this, and then we're going to move on. Irv had his hand up first. Although Steve can speak to it first because he made the motion. Do you want to say something, or you want to pass that on? Irv, your hand is up first. Go right ahead.
I'd like to amend that motion to $677,060.
Wait, say that number. So it's
677. 060.
060.
And 564.
564.
060 to be raised in tax.
060 to be raised in tax. Okay, an amendment has been placed on the floor. Is there a second? Kit seconded. Okay, amendment from Irv and seconded by Kit to, okay, now we're going to talk about those numbers. Is there any discussion? Yes, sir. Remember, we're holding it to 2, so get your thoughts together. Go ahead.
I'd just like to know where those numbers came from. What's the justification for that reduction? Well, for reduction, But under what is it specifically we're looking at? That's a rather specific reduction.
If you get, I won't count this as one of your speaking areas. You can just briefly say where that came from. Just real brief. What did you cut out?
Well, you look at last year's budget, there's $122,000 just in the highway, nothing to do with equipment.
Right.
And then you go over to the equipment, they're up in the equipment fund.
So where did
and
you
they
get?
bought these new trucks.
Okay, so where did you get the number? Where did you get?
19.
Huh?
Page 19.
Minus 677060. You cut it by $134,000. Where did you get that 134? And we're just wondering.
Over here on your equipment, and they were up $6,800 right there. Over last year, they bought these new trucks and they weren't going to cost us much.
Okay, so is there, you just picked that number? The question was, where'd that number come from? Is there a specific thing that you saw that you were reducing?
Your pavement is up 22%. A lot of your other stuff is up. You've got $151,000 worth of indebtedness on equipment right now.
Okay, so the 100, basically these numbers, he loaded them by exactly $134,000, 134,000. They're both down exactly that much. It doesn't seem like there's a specific thing that he was cutting. The number, that's the number. Okay? Okay, discussion on the amendment. Yes, sir.
Just curious on one of the special projects for the town.
Wait, is he really?
It's got to do with the budget. It's $80,000 proposed to Ellen Road to work on it. I was curious where the $80,000 was going.
Well, we didn't.
That's part of the budget.
Yeah, I know, but we're discussing the amendment. I understand. We're discussing the amendment.
Not discussing the budget yet?
Yeah, once it comes back. Right, once we roll back, then yes, kind of, sort of, okay?
There was
All right, no, I understand where you're going. Let's just get this amendment talked about, voted on. When we get back, whenever we get back to the main motion, that's a valid question. Okay? Is there any other discussion on decreasing the number? Yes?
Well, doesn't the discussion of some of these pieces enter into whether we want to decrease, whether we want to vote yes for the amendment or no for the amendment? I mean, the discussion is germane as to whether you want to reduce it or not.
Yes, I understand. Okay, so I put it to the town. Majority vote. Do you want to allow discussion of the overall budget in this amendment? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? Okay, the ayes have it. Discuss away. Yes. Oh, wait, no, actually, you have the floor, sir.
She's got valid information that will help save.
Oh, are you going to answer this question?
I'm going to directly answer this question. We came in here prepared to amend this by $80,000 off of the current budget, which would bring it down to $731,060 total and $618,060 to be raised by taxes, because on the bottom of 18 the Ellen Ware Road is not going to get done, and so we're suggesting taking the whole $80,000 out of there.
I thought there was going to be an amendment to the report as we came in today.
There's a sheet up front. Oh no, that's different. Right. No, you're right. You're right. You're right. So Hetty's statement was. Yes, Hetty's statement was that they were prepared to amend the amount by $80,000 because Ellen Ware Road is not being done. They were prepared to do that, but we're still talking about an amendment to reduce it by $134,000. That's what we're talking about. Yes, sir.
I just have a question on the $47,000 wages.
$47,000 on wages.
Extra $47,000 wages.
That would be for an additional member of the highway crew. They're paying benefits.
So that's what we're voting on, for an additional member.
The other amendment.
Wait, what was that?
So right here, you're saying we're going to have
$47,000, I believe is what he said. I don't know for sure what that's what he said. Okay, okay. My job. Okay.
My question to the board, again, is if that $47,000 for an additional full-time highway member, that's what's in there, that's what I'm understanding? Does that include benefits, overtime, everything that comes? Because I think $47,000, if you look and see, is not going to cover a full-time highway employee, number one. Number two, I'd like to hear from the board some rationalization and demonstration that you are in need of another full-time employee. Historically, when we've been struck by blizzards or other things, there's been a number of people in town, Jeff, Joe, and there's a few others that are able to work part-time, so you don't have to pay full-time benefits and all that sort of thing to cover anything that's needed. And I personally cannot see the need for another full-time highway employee. And I'd like to hear from the board the demonstration why we need that. It's a big expense.
I think maybe it would be more helpful to hear from Kurt about that.
We all know Kurt Postrom. He is the highway foreman.
The fourth guy would be, let me back up. We go to all these classes, these safety classes, Vermont League of Cities and Towns puts on, Vermont Local Roads, and the whole thing is buddy system, safety, safety. To have your team of two. We have no two teams of two. We have a nice facility now. We have, yes, our new equipment to utilize. And if we had two teams of two, or if we were running all four of us together at once, I think our productivity would go up. But the whole thing is, I think safety is a main part of it. And the winter maintenance is a third or more of our time on the roads anyways, except for this year, which was a short year. But, and a fourth guy has always been brought on since I've been here in the wintertime. I know, yes, this would be a full-time person, and full-time benefits would be costly. But there's also good things that a fourth person could bring in is for safety. And I think that's a very important thing right now. During the flood, it would have been a big thing. Ice storms, it's usually a team of two and a team of one. That's what it works out to be lately. When we have to go cut trees or blow downs, whatever it is. It's always that way. I take that responsibility because I send the other two guys so they have somebody with them. That's how I can justify it.
More discussion, right there?
Don't you have radios so that you can communicate?
Yeah, we have radios. One time, 3 years ago I believe it was a FEMA incident. We had a ton of ice damage, a ton of blowdowns, a ton of trees down. And I spent over 20 hours on Acton Hill and Grafton Road by myself cutting trees and stuff because thank God, other guys would come check on me. But I was by myself, and Ed and Bo, they were together doing their job. But as far as being by yourself, I was up there all by myself in that ice, cutting down trees, cutting up trees, moving trees off the road, and nobody was with me. And if I got hurt, how am I going to get to the radio to call somebody? I have no portable radios on us. And if you're up on Acton Hill or Grafton Road, there's a lot of dead spots up there. And you can't, because I can't hear the guys when they're calling me, and they can't hear me when I'm up there.
Yes, okay. Herb, did you have your hand up? This is two.
You're talking about safety, correct?
Yes.
What about that the other day when you met Ed up, you went home and Ed was up on West Hill alone? That isn't safety. Now,
When he was standing?
Talking on both sides of it.
When he was standing up on West Hill?
Yes?
Yeah, I went home. I was out before him, and he was
Not
out
like
after
me.
me.
You're talking safety, 2 men out there, that's only one. But he kept going.
Okay, there's somebody else's hand up before you.
As far as overtime goes, since there's a lot of work to do overtime, are we paying you more for overtime compared to what it would be for another full-time employee? Because
In the wintertime, the overtime pretty much falls the same. We don't have a lot of overtime in the summer by any means, that we try to do everything within a normal 8-hour day. But in the wintertime, And our overtime always goes with the storm. They can start before and after. Our overtime goes like that with the fourth guy.
Yes.
Is there ways we can use outside sources to help you guys alleviate some of your strain cost effectively? Is there outside contractors we can use from time to time to help take up some of your workload and save money for the town at the same time, not having payroll all the time and benefits?
I have used guys for flagging and stuff like that because it takes two guys to flag.
Projects and stuff.
Right. But it's not really, it's more cost effective than a full-time guy, but it's very expensive to use like Hunter, or they were the cheapest at the time, Hunter safety.
I don't mean at each job, I just meant time that you use it. You obviously evaluate that. So.
Okay, Art, you've already spoken twice. Go ahead. Sorry, we can go on. I mean, if we want to suspend the rules and allow people to speak more than twice, please somebody stand up and suspend the rules, and we'll take a 2/3 vote. Yes, sir. You have not spoken.
As far as using an outside contractor, I've done a little research, and we can get 2 men with a vehicle and a light bar for 4 months for $47,000. That's no benefits, no nothing. We can have up to 4 months of protection for you guys out on the road. Yes, but do you need 2 flaggers for 12 months out of the year?
No. Flagging is just part of the whole scheme of things, yes.
Okay. Yes? Go ahead and speak. Sorry, I'm not keeping that close.
I just like folks to look in the town reports to see how much we paid Jeff Ross and Joe Dana last year for their services for the highway department. If you do the math real quick, you'll probably figure out it would be a cost savings to you people if you would continue to do the same thing.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Yes, ma'am.
I guess I have a question on the map.
Yeah.
I guess I have a question on the map. I'm not quite understanding the role of the fourth person. Are you saying that part-timers will not be enough to fill the gap, that there is enough work to fulfill for a person to have a full-time position, and that would be a cost saving to the town ultimately?
I don't think we're talking about cost savings here as much as we are the safety of our employees. I mean, you don't...
I get safety.
Yeah, okay. I mean, when you run into a situation that needs to be dealt with right now, you don't call some company and say, I'm here alone and it might be dangerous. Would you send somebody out here? I'll wait for 2 hours for you. I mean, that's not productive either.
I understand the two, one is done and 2 is one rule. I'm not arguing the safety. I was just trying to understand what the parameters were of why this was being presented. And furthermore, I think if there are volunteers in the town, they can be pulled in. If they can't be pulled in, I understand Frank's point. If they can be pulled in, and if they have been available in the past, then I don't see why a part-timer couldn't do, if they are on the rolls and can be pulled in, why they can't do the part-time job.
Well, we're not talking about volunteers. We're talking about people who were paid.
Even better. Pay me, I'll come quicker.
Further discussion? Yes, sir.
Did we just lose a part-time employee that just retired or resigned?
Did we lose a part-time employee, retired, or resign? No. Did we lose one? Did we just recently lose one? Yes, we did. We recently lost a part-time, resigned. Okay. Further discussion on the amendment, or the main motion, or the highway budget fund?
I just want to be clear now. So the differences we're talking is $80,000 for Elmore Road.
No. We're voting. right now, okay, we're voting right now to reduce the budget by $134,000. Well, it probably, no, because then the numbers are jumping well, I guess you could. You can amend the numbers up, and then that kind of takes over the place of the amendment, or you can just not vote this and then re-amend. That's your choice.
That's why I wanted to
Okay.
be clear.
Yeah, either way.
It's like 80,000.
Either way.
You wanted to take that off anyhow.
Yes.
You're gonna have to amend that.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So you got 80,000, you got
It's
47.
731,060. Oh, well, right. Well, that's
$127,000 difference.
it's $57,000 difference. It's $57,000 difference, right, between the two.
No, but the board was going to
Yes, take
anyhow amend 80,000 off.
Correct.
So if we amend 80,000 plus the 47,000 for the full-time employee, that's a difference of 127,000 in
Okay.
the overall.
That's a totally new number. That's a totally new number that hasn't been brought up yet. Is that what you'd like to make an amendment?
I gotta get my 400 something.
Okay. You're running out of times to talk. Yes, sir. Unless we suspend the rules. Yes. Go ahead. There's no amendment on the floor.
I need to correct something here. The 47,000 is on the wages line, and there is additional expense for an employee over on page 19 under employee expense.
Which would be like insurance and
payroll taxes and
payroll and taxes, FIC and
right.
vacation time.
Right.
You've got a rough figure of what that is?
I couldn't sit here right now and take off one employee's worth. And some of these things are not the same for every employee.
Yes, I understand that. It depends on the hourly wage and what you're going to pay FICA and everything. That's why I asked roughly. So roughly would be, if you're 47 and a third of that is 57. So a full-time employee is roughly going to cost you about $62,000.
That sounds close.
So
80 plus 52 is
just
one.
comparatively speaking, to appropriate 111,000, if we take Delaware off and one employee off, comes down to 669,000. $69,060.
You take Ellenware Road at 80 and one person at what? At what? 50 what? 52. 62. Now 62. Okay.
You got 47,000 wages, then pay FICA and,
80 plus 62.
That's
equals
a rough.
142,000.
So you could essentially reduce that highway budget by $142,000.
Yes, yeah. Yes, you can, and we have a motion on the floor, amendment on the floor to reduce it to $134,000, and that's what we're discussing.
We call the question.
You can call a question. Yes, his hand's up. Okay, after him, then who's going to call the question?
I was going to call the question.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, question can call, two-thirds vote to shut it down. Okay, no further discussion as of right now. This is just a vote on the amendment. Okay. Right now, there's an amendment to reduce the highway expenditures. The numbers I will read to see if the... Oh, you're right. Okay. All those in favor of calling the question? A yes vote shuts it down. It needs a two-thirds majority. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed, no. Thank you for making that point. Okay, now, numbers.
There needs to be some way to divide this.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Well, we're talking about taking the 80,000 off for Ellen.
No. We're talking to reduce the budget by $134,000. You guys then have the discretion to do whatever you want with the budget that you're given. Okay? That's the way the town is. What? There should be no more discussion. We're closing. The question is closed.
Question of procedure.
Yeah, proceed. Point of order. Yes, ma'am.
If this vote for $134,000 reduction were to pass,
Right.
And Kit redid his movement to...
We can re-amend the main motion.
You can.
Yes, you can. You can amend it until it gets started. Okay. so right now, the amendment, not the main motion, we're voting on the amendment to reduce these numbers in the warned article by $134,000. Okay? I'll read the numbers to see if the town will vote to appropriate $677,060 for the running expenses and liabilities of maintaining the town roads, of which $564,060 will be raised by taxation. A yes vote passes this amendment. A no vote defeats this amendment. All those in favor of this amendment, please. Yeah, he called it 7. We tried before. Are there 6 other hands for paper ballot? No 6 hands. All 2. That's it. Okay, 3. I see no other hands. All those in favor of passing the amendment. Do you understand before I do it again? All those in favor? No? All those? Yes, this is to reduce the budget by $134,000 by the numbers I read. This is just to make it the main motion. It is an amendment. We can still discuss it and amend it. However, we need to vote on this amendment. The question has been called. To reduce the budget by $134,000 is a yes vote. A no vote goes back to the main numbers, and we still discuss or amend. All those in favor of the amendment to reduce by $134,000, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. I have to call for a division of the House. All those in favor of the amendment to reduce it, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 40, 41. I got 41 yeses. Yays. Yays? Yes. All those against, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 36. So the yeses have it. The amendment passes. We now have a main motion on the floor to see if the town will vote to appropriate $677,060 for the running expenses and liabilities of maintaining the town roads, of which $564,060 is to be raised by taxation.
So moved. Second.
It's already the main motion, but that's okay. Okay. No further discussion. That will shut down discussion and any other amendments. Understand that? Okay. Needs a 2/3 vote. The question has been called. A yes vote will close discussion amendments. A no vote will keep it open for discussion amendments. I'll take hands for all those in favor of closing discussion. Please raise your hand. Okay. All those opposed? Okay. I believe the 2/3 closed and call the question. The question, the main motion, the question is to see if the town will vote to appropriate $677,060 for the running expenses and liabilities of maintaining the town roads, of which $564,060 is to be raised by taxation. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. I believe the ayes have it. Any question about that? Ayes have it. see if the town will vote, Article 10, to see if the town will vote to raise $60,000 by taxation to be placed in the highway equipment fund toward the purchases of vehicles and equipment. Page 22 I have, for some reason. Who's moved? Moved? Excuse me? Okay, I didn't hear you. I heard you now. There's now a motion to pass over this article before the motion was made. Okay? It takes a 2/3 vote to, there's no discussion. It takes a 2/3 vote to pass over this article.
Yes, why?
Why you want to pass over? There's really no discussion. I've let that before. Do you want just a brief statement?
I don't think we need another truck right now.
Okay. We don't think we need another truck right now. Okay. So, a 2/3 vote passes over. A yes vote will pass over. A no vote brings back the article. All those in favor of passing over the article, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 6. I got 5 articles up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Pass over 9. All those in favor of not passing over, please raise your hand. I think that we have a 2/3 majority.
We don't need a 2/3 majority to not pass over.
Right. You're right, sir. Good point. It didn't pass. Good point. Thank you. Okay, passover failed. We now bring back Article 10. Motion. Motion's been made by Carol. Is there a second? Second by Joe. Okay. Discussion. Carol.
Is this the equivalent of a capital equipment fund, which I think is a grand idea to spread out over the length of time the impact of buying new vehicles, or is this going dedicated to being spent on something instantly, in which case?
Anybody have a question? No, the question is whether or not this is going to a capital expenditure fund to save up for a truck, or an equipment, I shouldn't say anything, or is this for something needed now, or that you're going to spend it on now? That's the question. We should have an answer. Yes, sir.
In a sense, it's both. We'd be spending this money in the next fiscal year. Currently, the 2007, 2006 Ford one-ton is 8 years old. We've had over $10,000 in expenses years running. It's probably past its trading value peak. But now's the time to do it and get something new that we can start cycling like the others that we've invested in. Our interest rates are so low now that what we were envisioning is
Turn it on.
Interest rates are so low now that it makes sense to get some of this money as a down payment and then borrow the rest. So we'd be looking at, I don't know, 90,000, probably 110,000, somewhere in there for the new truck. And then at that point, we feel like we would have invested enough in our fleet that we could start getting on a longer cycling basis where we're trading every 6 years instead of having to buy a new one like we have for the last 3. But we had some catching up to do.
Further discussion? Yes, sir.
You tell me a new
Loud.
one ton is going to cost us $90,000. Is that what you're saying?
I don't have the estimates yet.
Or I guess they're every replace it with the same vehicle?
No, you're not going to replace the same vehicle. That truck has done nothing with it. No. Talking to other road foremen throughout the state, doing some investigation on it. Ford has had a pretty bad track record for the past few years. And I would go, like our old 550 was a great, the chassis wise and stuff like that was a perfect size chassis. That lived its life in the town here, did a great job with the intervals, all-season body on it, the one-way versatile plow. I thought that was a great truck for the job. This one-ton that we bought in 2006 was essentially a homeowner landscaper type vehicle, a 9-foot Fisher plow, a sliding sander, and it got a lot of work. It did a lot of work, and it really took its toll on the truck. And it was in comparison to the 550 ton and a half Ford that we had before. I think we small trucks, they're a very important part to our summer maintenance program for the road. They're a really important part of the winter maintenance program of the road. The truck's got the most miles on it, that little truck does. You know, it's got 84,000 miles on it in 6 years. It surpasses the big truck mileage. And I've been looking into different manufacturers of 1.5 trucks. And I think we ought to get something that's geared towards town road maintenance, body and top, which run about $80,000. You can get them with, like East Grafton, for example, they have a 554, they're bought with a wing and chloride tanks on it. Yeah, they're talking $120,000 for a truck, a small truck. And I don't think we need to go to that, but I do think we should get the right equipment on our new small truck. It should run about $80,000. Hopefully,
Further discussion? Yes, sir.
You say you passed the trade-in on it, so we're sitting on a lost lot, is that what you're saying? So the trade-in value of 2007 is pretty much tanked?
The best trade-in value I got so far, prices for a trade-in on our truck, you know, run about $9,000.
And we just put 10,000 into, you said, Steve? You said you put a lot of repairs into it last year?
We've been throwing a lot of good money after fast, yes. Just to keep it running.
Yeah, at what point you have a truck on the turnover, I mean, if you sunk a chunk change into it, you've got, how intensive have you changed? You know, I mean, you got new training, a new motor, you got, what do you get into? Is it worth hanging on for another couple of years and running into the ground if no trade-in? You're not going to get anything anyway. Can you limit it a little bit, or if we put enough money into it, so you can actually have a couple new quality parts, you might be able to get a little trouble with it?
We have this, you know, the same problem. EGR coolers have been failing, manifolds have been failing, rear end lights have been.
Have you replaced them all?
Yeah.
So we kind of got some new parts.
But they go again. You know what I mean? That 6.0 liter motor has been nothing but trouble for us. High pressure kind of real fuel pumps have gone. Turbos need to be resealed. And now we're out of warranty with that truck. We bought the extended warranty with it. Now we're out of it. And now the town's picking up the pennies on all this. And you have trouble with it. The lights come on. You know, there's nothing like you take our old 7.3 liter Power Stroke. They're an easy motor to work on. I cannot and don't have the electronic capability to work on this truck. And why would you go buy stuff to diagnose problems with this truck being so old right now? And then every manufacturer changes, and you can't run one diagnostic machine to another. And they've taken it out of our hands as far as the electronics on these things.
Just curious on the truck.
Further discussion?
You're in debt how much on your equipment fund right now?
Excuse me?
How much are you in debt on the equipment fund right now?
How much we are, how much, you heard the question. Right. We'd have to look it up. We do not, does anybody have the number? Yes, sir.
As of the 30th of June, there are $151,000 in debt on equipment.
There's your answer. Further discussion? Excuse me? Seeing no further discussion? Is that further discussion, or are we ready for the question? Seeing no further discussion?
Can we amend it to lower the amount?
You can do whatever you'd like, sir.
By 10,000, I mean, we approved 50,000 last year, and we're asking for another 10 this year, extra on top, along with another 100 and some odd thousand on the other side of the highway budget. Is there a reasonable point where we can reduce it to?
Reduce it to whatever you like, sir. It's your town.
I'm asking in a board that we that sits up here and makes all these decisions in their best opinion.
Okay, then what's in your opinion? Can you reduce $50,000, $10,000, and still get the job done? Is that what you're asking?
Can we lower it some?
I don't know how. If we're going to buy this piece of equipment for any manufacturer, I tried all the manufacturers and got prices from them. Body-wise, plow-wise, and everything, and this is the number I came up with, the cheapest way out, and to be the most effective. So I don't know how we'll end up.
Well, what you're asking is, could we tax ourselves less and borrow more and spread our payments out over time? And the answer is yes, of course. It's very cheap to borrow money right now. So that's an option.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah.
What works for you guys?
We could borrow 90% if we wanted.
Yes, sir?
My only pushback on anytime you borrow money, you're paying, you gotta pay it back, plus you gotta pay the interest, so you're paying more in the long run. My view is if you can pay for it up front, you're better than borrow.
That's what we were trying to split it.
Further discussion?
Call the question.
Question you can call? Ryan's hand is up right before you. Go ahead, Ryan.
I would just like to say that, while that might make sense, that it's cheaper to spend the money now, that's not actually necessarily the case. With inflation outpacing what we're able to borrow at, it can actually be cheaper to borrow half or more than to spend all of the money up front, which makes the plan that Kurt's laid out actually make a good deal of financial sense in this economy.
Okay, the question has been called. Close the debate. 2/3 required to close the debate. All those in favor of closing the debate, please raise your hands. All those opposed, keep the debate open. The debate is closed. We will now call the question. C, if the town will vote to raise $60,000 by taxation to be placed in the highway equipment fund for the purchases of vehicles and equipment. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. All the ayes, please raise your hand. The pleasure of the House, please. Thank you. All no, please raise your hand. The ayes have it. Okay, moving on to Article 11. To see if the town will vote to raise $10,000 by taxation to be placed in the capital expenditure fund fire department reserve toward a future pumper. I have page 24 down. I hope that is correct. What? So moved by Irv. Seconded by Craig. Sorry, I was looking this way. Okay, discussion. It's on the floor. I think it's page 24. Discussion? Seeing no discussion?
I have a question. We've been voting for this as long as I can remember coming to town meeting. At what point do we need to buy the pumper?
Yes, sir?
Don't we as the town own the fire department and its equipment? It's our responsibility as well as yours?
Yeah, I'm
You
just
now have the
asking
answer?
from the fire department or anybody who would know. I'm just curious, are we halfway there or 90%?
Yes, Brian. Brian's hands up over here. Brian's hands up.
Just a point of order, or rather, a point of clarification. The town does not own the fire department. By law, the town owns the equipment. The volunteer fire department are custodians of the equipment, and that's a very important legal distinction. This town does not own that fire department. It's its own entity. To say otherwise is to put a great disservice to both the town and the fire department.
Further discussion? Yes, sir. Right here.
We, like you say, we've been doing this for a while, so how much is in this fund and how much might a new truck cost and how soon do we think we might need one?
Got 157,000.
In the fund?
Yeah. So
How
I'm
much does the
curious,
truck cost?
How much is a pumper going to cost us?
What? What'd you say?
$250,000, okay.
$250,000. Okay. Yeah, $250,000 over here. Further discussion? Yes, sir.
There was no negative towards the fire department and its members. I was making the statement of the town who pays for the building, owns the building, the town owns the trucks per se. It wasn't an owned firehouse, and the town's volunteer fire department does a great job. The town is responsible for the equipment in the building, at least as far as the numbers for it. As a select board, I just thought you guys would already know that.
We don't ever talk about that. It's something that we've always deferred to the fire department.
No offense taken. Page 24, yes. No offense taken. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, then There's a motion on the floor to see if the town will vote to raise $10,000 by taxation to be placed in the capital expenditure fund, fire department reserve toward a future pumper. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. To see if the town, Article 12, to see if the town will vote to raise $43,757 by taxation for the running expenses and liabilities of the library.
So moved.
Moved. Who said that? Craig, and Carol. And it's page 26, if my little thing here is correct. It's the 43,757 should be on that page somewhere. Discussion.
Yes, sir. In the back. Question. Because I'm not familiar with the terminology.
Read it out.
Why are we spending $2,500 on our friends?
Our friends?
Last item under the library says friends, $2,500. I'm sure it means something.
Hey, we have library trustee. Library trustee, you want to answer?
The friends of the library give us money to buy books, and that's why that's called friends.
Friends. Okay, good question. Any further discussion? Discussion. Seeing no discussion. There's a motion on the floor to see if the town will vote to raise $43,757 by taxation for the running expenses and liabilities of the library. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Moving along. Article 13. To see if the town will vote to raise $7,000 by taxation for providing electrical services to Taft Meadows to allow use by fairs, exhibits, festivals, and public gatherings.
So moved.
So moved by David. Do you have a second? Who said that? Somebody. Ryan? Okay. Good? Okay. Discussion can now ensue. Yes, ma'am.
I just have a question. Is this to get fairs and exhibits and all off the common?
Question is whether or not this is to get the fairs and exhibits off the common.
It's not to get all fairs and exhibits off the common. What we're looking to do is give, for example, the Pumpkin Festival a little bit more room so that the parking is not right around the common, making it dangerous for the pedestrians, dangerous for the taxpayers that are trying to get to and from the library and the post office. Hospital fair days, obviously, they've become accustomed to that site. They're not trying to pull in additional revenue. They're not trying to pull in additional displays or exhibits. So the thought was to, let's try it with the Pumpkin Festival and see Pumpkin Festival, and until recently the hospital was doing a health fair, which was also utilizing the common. And this would also give us the ability to move some of the other, every Thursday during the summer, there's a farmer's market. It would give us the ability to move that out there to give additional room, reduce the parking constraints around the common, and bring in some potential revenue from that, from Taft Meadows.
Yes, in the back there.
My feeling is that Grace Cottage Hospital, the hospital has outgrown the common. And I think that traffic-wise, you have more of a problem hospital day than you do on the Pumpkin Festival. And we don't get taxes from the hospital. Why don't you move that out to Taft Meadow and let them utilize that? That's owned by the town. We don't use it for anything else. And move the hospital day and the functions out there and save what little bit we have left of our common. Because it's only about half the size that it used to be. We keep taking and keep taking from that common, and it's, I can't tell you how much it's lessened in size. And it's using it for all of these functions, and it just keeps getting squeezed in and squeezed in. And I think traffic-wise, hospital day, it's impactful to the town.
Further discussion? Warren, is there another? Okay, we'll come Warren, then Carol.
I have some questions as far as the meadows being, you're going to have to put different road places in and out. And there's no place to park there. And I think you're going to have more problem than you do presently now. If you add $7,000 is fine, but you're going to probably have to put a lot more in to take care of what, either that, or if you get mud there, you're going to have to tow cars out and so forth. So I have some questions about just kicking in $7,000 without a whole mess of other amount of money going down.
Thank you. Warren, you're up next, and then we're going to Warren.
You may note on some of the points that I was going to ask about. The tap meadows you're talking about is the piece right off Route 30. As you pitch down on the hill, is not the tap meadow that has a septic system.
Across the street from me, what's in the cemetery across the street.
And there's no...
I have no idea what they're talking about.
That meadow is like James' house, right in front of Jim's house.
We always call tap meadow for the cemetery.
Kroger, Jimmy Kroger's house.
So there's no road access off from Route 30. There's no road access off from the state road as of now. And it's a field that's been plowed and mowed, that's full of topsoil material.
There is an envelope that the state has already said to pass the site distance requirements. You can see it, pretty obvious. It's actually, there's an apron and a driveway entrance. It's just rough. That area is pretty much all old glacial till. It's a mixed gravel. It's fairly well compacted. There would not have to be a lot of improvements until you get to the north end where there's that bowl. But much of that southern area is all fairly level and good compaction already.
So it's flat enough to drive on the Civic out onto and park
passenger car. Sure, there'll be some grass cutting and some very minor landscaping.
Road access, the road access culverts and all that to the state highway. So is that included in the 7,000?
No, just want to get electric there so at least we can begin to plan things there. The Pumpkin Festival was one idea that's been thrown out because it's the smaller one, and it'd be easier to start that in a new place.
Do you have any estimates on what it would take to get a road access on there? Because you got to have road access even when you put the car in. You can't get a car onto it off the state highway now. You've got to spend money to get a road access before the 7,000.
So if you look, there is that rough driveway now. It's not going to take a huge amount of investment to improve that.
But there wasn't any estimate. Okay. Unknown. Okay.
Carol.
I just feel like the common is the center of the town, and if you move it out of the town, it basically de facto gives it over to being just a playground for the kids, and it loses its central role of the place that brings common people together. I just feel like it just makes it a white elephant, much like trying to move the town office out of this building would have made this a white elephant. It would basically sit empty and unused by the townspeople as a whole, and I feel like it is those festivals on the common, as much as I don't like the traffic either, to get anywhere I've got to go through it. I feel like it is a cohesive element, and putting it outside, further outside the town limits, to me would lose that cohesiveness. So I don't like it just for that.
It's not very far.
I know it's not very far, but it's still not the common. It's not central.
Unfortunately, we are starting to see compaction problems on the common. The trees are starting to show stress, which is foot and vehicle traffic from all the different things that we do there. So we are, in a sense, loving the common to death in more recent years.
Okay, we're going to go to Rick and then back over here and then around over here.
I am not opposed to this. The thought just occurred to me. Are we going to have to get an Act 250 permit to pull this off? In which case your costs are going to go up substantially.
Yeah, the town already owns it. I am not aware of a electrical service by itself triggering Act 250. And a permit for doing a temporary activity would also not trigger Act 250. It would have to be some sort of more permanent development that would trigger.
May I follow that up, sir?
Sure.
We're just, and I'll leave it alone, but the minute you begin to put a road in or parking, it becomes improvements. And so I just throwing it out there, just wondering.
Yes, okay.
Which is part of what I wanted to ask. It seems to me, put electric out there and not have access, it's kind of like putting the cart before the horse. I would think that you would want to find out what it's going to cost you to do an appropriate access. You have to get access permits for the state of Vermont off of Route 30. I don't quite understand why you want to put electric out there and not have access to use it. Just because of the way things are, it may set for a few years without use because you don't have access. And it seems to me as though access would be the first thing that you look at. So I don't know if you have any idea what that would cost or not, if you've looked at that. But that seems more appropriate than doing the electric first.
Now, well, as I've said, there is a rough driveway, and I have spoken with V-Trans, and they said that there is enough visibility and sight distance concerning the speed limit and the geometry of the entrance and exit that it would qualify for a driveway permit there.
However, you've got to put the driveway in. It's going to cost you some money. You don't just say, okay, we've got a driveway.
Okay, we're coming back around this way. Yes, Steve?
I can practically guarantee that the Pumpkin Festival is not going to move out of the middle of town. That's where you get your draw, where you get your customers, where our vendors want to be. To be out of town on the side is not going to win. I was thinking about this article for a while, and we have some things we have to plan on in this town. We're not paying for a new highway department, and we'll be doing that for a few years. We're going to have to build a new fire department. The one we have is illegal. It's not big enough. You can't put the pumpers that you need to buy now in there. And that's a perfect place to put it. They're nice looking. You put bushes and greenery around the front, and it's not a problem. But why would you want to put a phone pole in before you figure out where the building goes? I don't think just because you put some $7,000 for a phone pole, if you build a building, won't CVPS come in and put the pole in for you? I mean, it seems to be the right way to do it. We're doing it backwards here. So what do we want to do with this piece of land? Do we want to have senior housing in the back? Do we want to, build a fire department there? To put a phone pole out in the middle of a meadow, it's a waste of money unless you plan out what you want to do.
Coming back around, right in front of them. You want to say something? Your hands up? No, behind you. No? Okay, coming around over here. Kathy, coming around.
I'm Steve with and I can speak specifically to the farmer's market. The farmer's market already does not have enough support from local people coming by. The last thing they want is to be stuck off the town common. At least you have the option of people coming by on Route 35 and Route 30. You would diminish traffic considerably, and I can't imagine that the farmer's market would continue.
Coming back around, Brian.
I like what Steve had to say about loving the common to death. That makes a lot of sense to me. We've got a space there that we're encroaching on, we're impacting on the soil. We've ruined a lot of the trees there, a lot of the root structure, it's all coming up. We're not going to have a common if we don't have a secondary space. And this is really about having a second place to be able to do things so that when we have a problem, we have somewhere else to go with this. The idea that there's no egress there is ridiculous because I've driven out there in my vehicle a number of times as it is town property. You've got a whole chunk of land out there, and Act 250, if we're under 9.5 acres and we put a telephone pole out there, Act 250, as my reading of the statute says, doesn't have anything to say about it. And the idea that we need to build a road out there to do anything is ridiculous. How many people have been out to a fairground last couple of years? That's essentially what we're looking at, an electrical outlet. You drive out there, you have an event, and while these other events and their sponsors can speak for themselves, There are plenty of people who would like to have events in this county who don't necessarily want to be on a town common or in a downtown because of the parking issues and everything else. So to say that we're not going to do any development because we don't already have a line of people waiting to give us money, that's putting the cart before the horse right there. Build it and they will come. Or better yet, build nothing and put an electrical outlet there and collect on events that do want to go out there.
Right there.
I'm a new resident of Townshend, and the coming and going to the common is just one of the, excuse me.
Sorry.
Said I'm a new resident of Townshend, and coming and seeing the common, which I've known since I was a child, and being here after many years not, and to see that me and my friend, virtually, we went to tons of things there, and it's because I probably saw it and said, hey, look, you want to go down there. And I had parking even on hospital day, and when we went to the thing, and so that I went to almost all these little things last year, even if it was just for a few minutes, and there was always tons of parking, and I certainly wouldn't have gone down Route 30 probably because I just wouldn't have seen it and stopped. The spontaneity of going. Seeing it on that beautiful common. I used to do a lot of tree work, and I don't know anything about the condition of the trees there. I do remember that I heard about a movie that ruined a lot of the original trees. And if trees are being stressed, you know, the ground can be aerated, you can put more soil on top of it, you can block it off for parking. In the circumference, usually, if you just take the leaf width is where your roots are going to be, and if that takes a year or two to come up or something, just with a little bit of care. But it's a wonderful thing having these things on the common, and if they were away, like people just don't say, hey, I'm going to go to the fair. You see something and then it attracts you to go.
Charlie, I'm coming around. Charlie.
Couple of things. I applaud the goal of trying to find a use for Taft Meadow, and ultimately putting in some electricity would help with that. But I think too, once you change what that's being used for now, which is nothing other than open space, the town's insurance is going to change, because now you're bringing the public onto the space, and I would assume, knowing how the insurance folks work, they'd consider that a higher risk, and the rates for whatever that's covered under would go up. But I'm more concerned about the ulterior motives here. And being the longtime director of parking for Hospital Day, there's about 30 volunteers that are involved in doing the parking. And none of them are on Route 30. And there's a reason for that. It's a state highway, and I won't allow it. And I haven't talked it over with Stan about this, but I think he supports the fact that we don't put anybody in Route 30. And if this is the goal, to move stuff off the common and then go out onto Route 30, I think another requirement that someone will put on you is how are you going to affect the access and egress, meaning you're going to have parking. I would question whether you would want volunteers to be on the state highway. I wouldn't allow it with the people that I have. So it's an issue, and dealing with the use of the common is also an issue. So it's a tough one. I think, though, there has to be some site work done prior to putting in the electricity to decide how you get in there and where the cars would park. You're talking between 9 and 11 on Hospital Day, a tremendous number of cars that's using the entire ball field at Leland Gray, almost the entire ball field, A level, B level, C level, and behind the hospital, behind the Catholic Church. And, between that 2-hour space, if you're going to tell me there's enough flat space out at Taft Meadows to park that many cars, then we probably ought to get together and talk about it on the first Saturday in August, and I'll put you to work parking the cars.
Okay, come around. 2 strikes are out? I don't know.
For the rest of the meeting?
No. Sorry.
Question, I probably misunderstood, I think, but do any of the entities that gather on the common currently pay rent to the town for the privilege of gathering on the common? It sounded to me like there was some offset to the expenditures because we get these rentals, but I don't think, I can't. Farmers Market doesn't pay. I don't believe Grace Cottage does for a hospital day. Pumpkin Festival, that's going into, so there is no offset. And then someone implied that there was revenues. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I wondered if the board would stop to think what would be to maintain that once they start using that. The people that are mowing it now are not going to mow it no more. And you're going to have to mow a lot more to keep it usable.
Well, why did the town buy it if they weren't going to use it?
Okay.
Well, after I didn't put it.
Talk about here. More discussion. Wait, I'm going to come around here, then come around there. Going around. Yes, ma'am. Guys?
That brings up a very good point. Before we do anything with it, since we did buy it, I think there needs to be a complete and thorough search of what is indeed the highest and best use.
What's the best use? Coming around. Mary, go this way. Sorry, guys. Steve, you spoke once. You're up next.
The answer to your question is that we don't pay anything to use the common if it's owned by the church. For all you young people who don't remember that.
I'm over here. I'm going to have discussion between yourselves. Next, Art. Go ahead, Steve.
I just answered the question that the church basically owns it. We get it from the church.
Okay.
No, there isn't any leasing it to the town.
Okay.
And my name's Art Renee. And Robin, this is an answer for you and anyone else that doesn't know. We bought Taft Meadows and one night gave us a meeting of packed full of people, and we voted to buy Taft Meadows for a sum of $150,000 to develop it for future fire station, possibly a town garage, and for possible park for kids to play, another playing field, and maybe a few other ideas. We did a 3-year study on Taft Meadows, and the committee presented it to the select board, and then the town came to a vote and voted not to use it for anything at that time. That was about 5 years ago.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I would actually like to call the question.
Okay, thank you. Okay, 2/3 vote necessary to call the question. All those in favor of calling the question, please raise your hand. Further discussion, please raise your hand. Question has been called. Okay, yes, I didn't ask for a second, sorry. To see if the motion on the floor is to see if the town will vote to raise $7,000 by taxation for providing electrical services to Taft Meadows to allow use by fairs, exhibits, festivals, and public gatherings. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. I believe the noes have it. The noes do have it. I'm getting tired, so keep me on my toes, please. If I miss a second or something.
Yeah.
We're moving along. We're doing well. I'm just, okay. Article, almost there, gang, almost there. To see, Article 14. To see if the town will vote to raise $1,500 by taxation, $1,500 by taxation for the Old Cemetery Fund. Moved by Charlie. Second by Paul, will say. Good enough. The financial statement is on page 27 if you're interested. Okay, so discussion? Seeing no discussion, we will now vote to see, on the motion on the floor, to see if the town will vote to raise $1,500 by taxation for the old cemetery fund. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. They do. Article 15, to see if the town will vote to raise $14,670 by taxation for the support of social services as recommended by the screening committee. The screening committee report is on page 55. Motion by Paul, second. Second by Joe. And let's discuss. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion. There's a motion on the floor to see if the town will vote to raise $14,670 by taxation for the support of social services as recommended by the screening committee. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. To see if the town will, Article 16, to see if the town will authorize the selectmen to set the tax rate sufficient to cover all monies raised from municipal entities for the period July 1st, 2012 through June 30th, 2013, and borrow money in anticipation of taxes.
So
Moved by Craig, second by Irv. Discussion? Seeing no discussion. The motion has been read already once. I'm not going to read it again. Is that okay? Without, if there's no objection, I won't read it again. All those in favor of said motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Article 17. To see if the town will authorize the Board of Selectmen to sell or convey properties acquired by the town through tax sales to execute, acknowledge, and deliver deed and other transfer documents upon such terms and conditions as the Board of Selectmen may deem to be in the interest of the town.
Second.
I didn't see anybody move their lips to... Oh, Charles, sorry. Charlie, Joe. Joe, give me a second. Okay? It has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Ms. Cook, you had your hand up. Oh, that was for the second? Okay. Is there any discussion? If there's no objection, I'm not going to read it again. There's a motion on the floor. All those in favor of said motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion, I believe, passes. It passes. Article 18. To see if the town will authorize the Board of Selectmen to acquire by gift or purchase land from municipal forests to promote reforestation, water conservation, and good forestry practices. Irv, give me somebody.
Joe
Novak. Novik. I got it. Novik, right? See, I'm learning. It takes me a while. Okay. I won't read it again. If there's no objection, I'm not going to read it again. All those in favor of said motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. To transact any other non-binding business to properly come before the said meeting. Yeah, I got 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. What? 5. Okay, I got 1. We're going just your order. 1, Kathy, Robert, Molly Cook, and then Kathy. Go. Number 1. Who's number 1?
Select board. Last year was asked for the road foreman to be here. He showed up. I was good to have him. He answered good questions. 2 was on the town highway budget. We settled on the number, urban magic number.
Yes.
Are we going to also deduct the $80,000 that was set aside for Elmore Road to add to that? Or that $80,000 goes to... Oh, it's part of his magic number. Okay.
That the number that we voted on is the number, no matter where they take it from. Yeah, that's okay. Thank you. Okay, got it. Who's 2? 2.
Is it possible to put job descriptions for all the elected positions in the town report for next year?
There's a book this thick downstairs.
Could we have a summary of each job description and an approximate
I have written it, I have a sheet in my book to remind myself of things to do next year. I have it written down, I hope it gets done. But I do have it written down. 2, Robert.
Yeah, as,
Does that satisfy you, Kathy?
Yes, and
Okay.
it could also go on the website.
It's all online.
It is online.
Not on the Townshend website, it's online.
Oh, not on the Townshend website, but it's out there in the web, interwebs. Yes, it's Vermont, it's out there. I will try to remind you next year that was looked for, and see if we can't find a word satisfying. Yeah, we're coming.
Yeah, Robert Grenier, president of the Townsend Historical Society. I just wanted to, there was a rumor mill going around and having Scott Bridge sign in front of my face. I wanted to know if the board had heard anything about Scott Bridge being torn down by the Department of Transportation. And could you elaborate on that?
Discussion on the Scott Bridge.
It's still basically in discussion. In the next 6 to 8 weeks, the Agency of Transportation is going to be doing a full inspection of Scott Bridge, and they'll be reporting back. The Select Board is very interested, to say the least, as to what happens to that bridge, both on the viewpoint of it being a historical structure, but also the viewpoint that it's a access way, an additional access way between Route 30 and State Forest Road. And so as that comes through, we will make sure that enough warning is put out so that when we're discussing it, that we can make sure that the most people possible are part of that discussion and hear that information as it's presented.
And does the town have any say over that, or since we sold the bridge to the historic preservation, we've lost our interest of a great monument?
We have some say in it, but we've lost most of our interest in it because it's owned by Historic Preservation and maintained by the Agency of Transportation.
And they're involved in discussions?
Wait.
They are involved in the discussions. They're the people that are going to be bringing the information to the Select Board, and several members of the Select Board and our administrative assistant spent quite a bit of time on the phone and email in discussion with them, and had a person come and present to us, and as they work through the inspection, that we will be back in contact.
Okay, your next issue. We have a Scott Bridge question back there. We're still on Scott Bridge. Effie?
Historically, years ago, I seem to remember that there was something where the historic preservation was supposed to hire a company to maintain that bridge and keep it up. But I can't remember what it was.
They hired
I remember hearing
AOT.
that.
They gave the responsibility to AOT.
Keep it up.
So AOT is responsible for the maintenance.
AOT is responsible for the maintenance. Okay, wait. Okay, Carol, go ahead. We're still talking about Scott Bridge. Go ahead.
I was just wondering, would there be any benefit to having a non-binding referendum of the remaining townspeople here that we are in favor of maintaining the Scott Bridge, that you would have the townspeople seemingly upset if they took it down?
All it would take would for you to make a motion.
I will make such a motion.
Then there would be a motion on the floor. The Select Board could then, in actuality, that is kind of out of order because we don't have any motion made that the town people or the Select Board does not have jurisdiction over, like this, really isn't out of order. But I'll allow it. I'll allow it because I'm the moderator and I like the Scott Bridge, so. I have
Make a motion.
Yeah.
We take a vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to present to the powers that be that are interested in maintaining and preserving Scott Bridge.
Okay, we're gonna make a motion to authorize the Select Board to say again, you're a lawyer. Say again slowly. To authorize the Select Board to read.
To represent to the powers that be.
The Select Board to what's the word I'm looking for? To show our
support.
To support preservation of Scott Bridge. I like that. Okay. Okay. Is there?
First couple words direct the board to do anything.
Well, we can word it that way, but they can ignore it.
Right,
Okay,
they still
so
ignore
it
it.
doesn't matter what we say per se. Okay?
Okay.
So, the town,
This is long as a non-binding.
yes, it's not binding, they don't have to do anything. They don't have to send a letter, they don't have to do anything. It's just going to be recorded on our minutes that we authorize the select board to support the preservation of the Scott Bridge. Yes? Yes? What? Second? Okay, so we got Carol with the motion, Craig with the second. Now we're discussing that motion, which we can still discuss Scott Bridge. Are there other hands about Scott Bridge? No? Okay. Let's take a vote. Yes, sir?
What they've got on their website, there, somewhere in that thing, it says that the Townshend has an interest invested in the covered bridge. As far as I know, they never did. But their website does say that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Motion on the floor, non-binding motion to authorize the select board to voice their support. Huh?
Sure, sounds good.
To voice their support. Okay. You say what?
You write the letter, you say what you want.
That the town supports.
To authorize the select board to show support for the preservation of Scott Bridge. Good? I know we're amending it, but if there's no objection, we're amending this as we go. That's okay? Move along. Huh? What'd you say?
That's what they're going to have to do if it's going to be open again.
Okay. Somebody's going to have to maintain that decision. Okay, this is a work in progress. We're molding. Authorize, there's a motion on the floor to authorize the select board to show support for the preservation of Scott Bridge. That's all I got right now. And maintenance? No. Okay. Okay. We now have a motion. It's been moved and seconded. Sorry, I just did it for you guys. To authorize the select board to show support for preservation of Scott Bridge. All those in...
We want to make it clear that this is not us showing financial support for the preservation of the bridge because it's their responsibility.
Authorize the select board to show support for the preservation of Scott Bridge.
Understood. I understand that you don't want, that we don't, they can't, we're not capable of providing the financial support. However, I also understand that the taxpayers want the bridge there.
Okay, so the motion is to authorize the select board to show support for the preservation of Scott Bridge.
Right.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I will say that was unanimous.
Thank you.
Okay, so the motion passes. The non-binding motion passes. Any further, Molly was up?
It was about Scott Bridge, and everybody took care of it for me.
Thank you. Moving on. Kathy?
I'm Kathy Green, I'm the Democratic Town Chair. I just want to announce that the Town Democratic Caucus will be held on March 24th at 10 o'clock in the morning here. If you're interested in being a delegate to the state convention, you need to be at that meeting. To be able to vote at that meeting, you need to vote on a Democratic ticket in today's primary downstairs. The Republicans are on their own.
That was such a boring ticket.
I know, we don't.
Yes, sir. No.
I'm Bill Moretti, and it has occurred to me that after this little hurricane event we had, I did some back roads in Vermont that I didn't even know existed, and I've been around a lot. And I saw hundreds, if not thousands, of people out working on our roads so that we could get to work, so that fire trucks could get to our house, so that people could get to the hospital. So I would like to move that we express our appreciation to the town road crew and the area road crews and all the other people who helped get us through the current situation.
on the floor. Everyone, no. I can't, what? He made a motion. Didn't he make a motion? Yeah, he made a motion. He made a motion. He said motion. Wait, I gotta get this right. I lost it at the end. To show, a motion on the floor to show, for the town of Townshend to show their appreciation to our road crew, other towns' road crews, and everyone who, I lost it there. Everyone who helped put us back together again, Humpty Dumpty.
Everybody that supported
Helped.
recovery.
And everyone who helped support the recovery. I like that. Thank you, sir. Yes. Okay, there's now a motion on the floor that's been moved and seconded for the town of Townshend to show their appreciation to our road crew, other town road crews, and everyone who helped in the support of the recovery of there's too many ofs, in Hurricane Irene, or Tropical Storm Irene, it wasn't a hurricane. From.
That's the preface.
The damage.
From.
Okay, from Tropical Storm Irene. Did you get that? Okay. I don't know what I said either. But you get the gist. Is there any discussion? Discussion? All those in favor of said non-binding motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Unanimous, we'll say. Thank you very much. More, Mr. Mark.
I think that we're supposed to have the date for next year's town meeting, but it's not in the article, and we're in the non-binding business. We might want to talk, but we're going to do that again.
Okay. I have that down at the bottom of my thing. Although it's not in the... No, handwritten. I have a handwritten that I'm going to do that when we're done.
Oh, that's okay.
Well, no. I'll just... If it's not more... We're not setting... I will just say the date and time, but it's not set in stone. And then I have to make an announcement anyway about the meeting before it's over. Yes, no. Yes, you're next. Yes.
I was hoping that someone could clarify for me an article that I just read in the newspaper that we have to have a special town meeting in April.
Okay, well, if you want to explain that, but...
Was
that's what I was going to say at the end of the meeting, but if you want an explanation now, please explain it.
Due to the warning for this article, for this town meeting, coming out 2 days late, according to statute, we need to set a meeting during which to ratify everything that has happened here today. And that ratification vote will happen at 6 o'clock on April 2nd. So if you're happy with what happened at town meeting, we just need a majority vote of the personnel at that meeting on April 2nd to ratify that everybody's happy with what happened at town meeting. And if you're not happy with what happened at town meeting, if you vote against it, then on April 3rd, we've already warned to have town meeting again.
So we all need to come back again at 6 o'clock and have to vote to ratify.
The majority of you.
Is a special town meeting warned on April 2nd at 6 p.m. The majority of the personnel there at that meeting, not the majority of the people here at this meeting, the majority of the people at that meeting can ratify the action taken here.
Okay, hold on. We're still on this topic? Okay.
Does that mean it's only the people that were here today?
Yes, actually that is true. That is true.
According to the Secretary of State's office, it's the majority of the people at that meeting.
No, yes, it's the majority of people at that meeting, but the only people that can attend that meeting are the people at this meeting. No?
The warrant was late, therefore there was insufficient time for people to respond and be here today. Therefore, you have the later meeting to cover those people who couldn't make it today.
If the meeting was postponed to a later date, you're right, yes. Anybody can come to that meeting and vote yes or no. You are correct, sir. Sorry, yes.
Would we be clear on what the vote would be? Is it a single vote?
Yes.
For all the town?
Yes.
Separately?
the school budget separately?
No,
The school district warning was warned correctly.
Okay.
It's the town, and it's a single vote.
Single vote for everything we did.
Open,
You either vote that you're happy with it, or you vote that, no, I'm not happy with it, and the next day we do it again.
Any further discussion non-binding?
The next day we do what again?
No, the next day, if it votes down, if it's voted down, the next day we're going to have another town meeting. Oh, the next day, no, I think it's already been warned. I think the new town meeting has already been warned. Okay, just in case it's actually the next day, the new town meeting has already been warned. If we don't need the town meeting, then it just goes away. Yes. Wait, are we done with, you got a new topic? No, same topic, go ahead.
Yes, it's a new topic.
New topic, okay, are we done with what's happening on April 2nd at 6 o'clock in the town hall? I expect you all to be here. Okay, yes, sir, new topic.
Yeah, I'm Skip Woodruff. I live up on Windham Hill, and I probably should just go to a selectmen's meeting and say what I'm about to say, but I'm here. So, I have noticed over the years an increased usage of Windham Hill, and really appreciate what you guys did to finally fix it last year, right in the nick of time before the hurricane and all that, and it helped beautifully. However, there's a lot of trucks use that road as a matter of habit now, and the way to get from Route 30 to Route 11 to avoid having to go through Jamaica, Londonderry, and all that sort of stuff where they're really not very well. And our road, I think, is probably taking a pretty big beating. And I know that in Windham, I'm under the impression they get to collect money from truckers that are, what do they call it, bond money. In case they ruin the road, they're held responsible. And I wonder if we as a town might be missing the boat by not, keeping some restrictions on that road as to who's using it and why. I mean, I'm firmly in the belief that what tore that road to pieces to begin with a few years ago was all the work that was being done on the power line. And these giant trucks, bumper to bumper, going up and down that road every day, loaded to the hill. Even to the point where it was already out of Windham. The work was being done in Andover, but that was their shortest way to get there. And it seemed to me like we were getting screwed as a town. Our road was getting screwed. I'm wondering if we have any handle on that sort of thing. The way on this, going on the top.
I've taken notes. I appreciate the comment, and it's something that we will look into and take under advisement. Thank you.
A lot of the state, due to Irene, they redirected traffic there. You go to West Townsend, that area in Irene, they couldn't get through Jamaica or Wadsboro. That was the main route to get to Route 11. That was put up as a detour route. That's why you get a lot of that stuff. There's no way to get that to here.
They can now, but they're still using it. What I'm saying, they can get around it now, they shouldn't use the road.
Yes, Mr. Miller.
Just a point, perhaps putting it as a weight classification on that road would reduce the amount of traffic over as far as overweight vehicles. I don't know what's going up and down here now, but if the road should be posted to whatever the weight is for that class of road, that will give the select board a chance to put an ordinance on and post it.
Hey, on that note, I would just like to welcome Joe Winrick to town as our new constable. Joe is a resident of Townshend Acres.
Novik. I got it. Novik.
He's here from Hinsdale. He's on the fire department in Hinsdale. He's on our fire department now. He's also an emergency management deputy. So he's a great person to have now as our new constable. Welcome.
Welcome. Any further discussion? Yes, sir.
No further discussion, we move to adjourn.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, but we're adjourning without the date and time, which is fine. We can do that because the new warning will come out to warn the meeting on time next year. Okay? So we're just moving to adjourn. We need a majority vote. Let me add, if we have town meeting at the right time next year, it will be Tuesday, March 5th, 2013 at 9 o'clock. Please leave your ribbons when you go. Don't go home and show up with your ribbon. My daughter said it was beautiful. She wanted it. But you can't have it. All those in favor of adjournment, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Thank you for your time. I hope I didn't rush you too much.